And I believe we are live as far as I can tell. Well, welcome back, adventurers. We didn't scare you off just yet, which is good. Since you're here, take a seat, grab your pork rinds and/or sandwich. And before we begin, I want to first off thank you, the audience, for watching, choosing to tune in, whether that be through the stream airing live on Twitch every Saturday, 6 to 10 p.m. Eastern, or it's going to be posted as a VOD on YouTube, the Quiet Kenku YouTube channel, and then Spotify as well. I'm posting them as, what would you call them? Podcasts, basically. Second, want to thank the wonderful players who sit here with me, joining me tonight for the campaign as a whole. It's my greatest honor to be able to DM for all of you, and hope I can live up to your hopes and expectations. Now, with all of that being said, I will be making your characters feel the greatest dreads imaginable and putting them through terrible, horrible, amazing things. Now, with all that out of the way, last we left off, our brave traveling troupe was finishing up a couple weeks of downtime between adventures, taking this time in the sprawling city of advancements known as Kingsport, located on the continent of Idux. You had some plans to head to a distant land known as the Scarred Lands, a war-torn area, as far as you know, devoid of magic, and nobody really returns when they head in there for unknown reasons, as people are unable to really contact them once they enter the area through magical means or otherwise. So, because this area is devoid of magic, you were advised against taking an airship here, and you were advised to take a sailing ship. You did take an airship to the coastline and set down before hopping aboard a sailing ship and making your way across the waters. It was about a 3-day journey, and aboard the ship was the crew, dozens of men, the captain, your group, and then there was also a bard who a couple of you had seen in the city of Kingsport, giving a tip to the radioactive purple rat baby in the form of a platinum piece for their performance. This man introduced himself as the Wanderer. He wore a cloak and a mask as well. It was very hard to really make out any features. He was completely covered. But during a storm on the last day of the journey, this bard called Dursan up onto the deck and spoke about having known Kingsley, that he was an old friend of him, or of his, and that he was nervous. But after a moment, Maldette, Zernus, you guys kind of made your way on the deck. This wanderer who had revealed himself to be a Furbolg, sort of having you in having Drasan in his grasp, made some vague threats and basically told you that if you did anything, how did he word this? I don't remember the exact wording, but basically, if you do anything to alert Kingsley other than calling him on the deck, I will kill both you and him and drop you off the side of the boat. He made a lot of threats. A altercation ensued, and next thing you knew, he erupted a geyser through the center of the ship, vanishing into the water, and the ship began to sink. That's where we left off the session. Now, this ship was barreling toward the coastline. It was going quite fast, the wind having picked up and blowing it directly toward the coastline. There was not much that could be done, and as everyone, the crew scrambling, trying to both stop the ship from sinking, realizing it couldn't be done, they started to check the lifeboats, the rowboats they had attached to the side. There were enough to get you all off, but they had all been damaged. They were not feasible. They wouldn't work. They would sink. Seems like somebody had gone in and ripped up just planks at the bottom of each. Some of the men did try to escape using these, much to the captain's dismay. He advised against it, but it was not. They did not listen, and they sank. The ship barrels toward the coastline, and then there's a blank spot in your memory. Maybe you all hit your head, maybe what happened, but the next thing you all know, you are waking up on the beach. lying on your backs, all next to each other, as if somebody had placed you there. Zernus, you are a little bit away from the group. You're maybe 20 feet away from the group. Um, and between you and the group, there are other soldiers. However, before all of you awake, Kingsley, you are delirious. Your head is throbbing. You have the taste of blood in your mouth, and your chest still pangs from the pain of having a hole ripped through it forcibly. And you feel yourself being dragged. You're being dragged out of the water and dragged up onto land. And in your dazed state, go ahead and if you could roll me a perception check, please.
Yeah, that's a little shit. You said perception, correct?
Yes.
17.
17. With a 17, you see who's dragging you, but you don't quite have control over your body yet. Dwevel is dragging you toward a ship. You can tell it's not your ship. The wood is off color. The ship you were on was painted. This is not. The wood on this ship looks rotten, but it's beached. It's a wreck. And he drags you up towards it. You see bodies littering the coast. And he is going to rip the bandages that had been placed over your chest off and begin to take the blood from your chest and write something on the side of the boat. And you can't see through him. And then you see him take a dagger, take a letter, and stab it into the side of the ship. And then he is going to walk. You watch him walk out to the water just as you're starting to sit up, starting to gain control over yourself again. The rest of your party members, you see, he has lined each of them up in a row on the coast. And you know it's him because no one else is standing there. No one else is awake yet. But he has lined the crew along the coast. And he walks aside, walking into the water before disappearing. Do you look at what was written?
Yeah.
Try to forget me this time. And then there's the letter, stabbed with a dagger. The dagger is just a standard, slightly rusted dagger, old. You see bits of barnacles on the handle. But it's there. What do you do next? Do you go check the letter? Do you go to your friends? What would be your next course of action? Nobody else is awake yet.
He will grab the letter, but he's not going to read it yet.
Okay.
He's just going to grab it and then head over to his friends.
Okay. And so with that, we'll
Holding
say that...
his chest, of course.
Hold your chest, yes. And you are... The bleeding is stopped for the most part. It is not profusely bleeding, but it definitely is unpleasant. That's what that is. Sorry. So I had a message. Nothing important. So you are... You go over to your group, and all of you then begin to awake. I'm going to say... Drasan, I'll say you awake next. You see Kingsley stumbling in your direction. Your head also throbbing, and you kind of feel, and it does feel like a bump almost. It does feel like you kind of hit your head, and were knocked unconscious from this. I'm going to say for the purposes of all of this, you all are still at max HP. It's just that you were knocked unconscious. And so you all lay there. Drasan, you awake first and see Kingsley stumbling towards you. The bodies of people laying around you, including the rest of the party. What is your first course of action?
I will get up and I will go to the King's.
You go to the Kingsley. Okay. Let me see here. So you get up, standing up, your body aching, your joints feeling stiff. You don't know how long it's been, but you stand and you start to walk over toward Kingsley. I'm gonna say, real quick, just getting the rest of you up here. I'll say Galliard, you would be next. I would say all of you awaken in one order or another. Zernus, you are the last to awaken. And so you all then rise. You all looking over to give you kind of a layout of the scenery. You see that there is the writing on the side of the boat, which again you recognize not to be the wreck of your ship. The wreck of your ship, you can see it's not on the beach necessarily. It seems to have sort of crashed and capsized slightly off the coast, hitting some of the coastline, but not quite up on the beach, and is on its side. You can see holes all throughout it, including one shot neatly through the middle. Um, you see what at first looked like large teeth or spires. But as you look around through a dense fog, because all around you there is this very thick, dense fog, which you see gets denser the more inland you go. Through this fog, you see what you think are spires at first until realizing these are other ships. Dozens. Dozens of other shipwrecks. Hello. The party has awoken on the beach. The ship has crashed. But you see that as you awaken, there are just what look like spires now, knowing they're shipwrecks all around you. You see skeletons leaning up near some of these shipwrecks, and then you see the bodies of a lot of the crew members around you. On the beach, not including you guys, there are probably about 50 or so of the crew members from the ship you arrived on. It originally had about 100, and there are about 50 remaining, and you do not see the captain. They seem to be stirring as well. As you all awake, what do you do?
I'm still addled, so after I get to Kingsley, I'm probably going to try to use Gust to blow away some of the fog.
Okay. You take this whoosh and push some of it, and in the area it affects, it does blow some of the fog, but almost just as quickly as it blew away. Whoosh, back into space. This fog is incredibly dense. You can see at a maximum of 120 feet in any direction.
So we're
Um,
not quite in the range of no magic. Got it.
Correct. This spot right here seems to be working. You do see that the area inland, the fog does get denser. So that 120 feet becomes more like 60 once you are looking in that direction. There's kind of a hill that rises up, and once you get to the top of it, like it's a hill you could walk up, where it's like sand and then transitions to grass. At the edge of that, it's just like a wall of fog. But the gust does work, which is interesting. So magic works at least right here.
Mm.
So what do you do?
Kingsley, are you okay?
I'll be fine.
Is everyone in one piece? Please and thank you.
He just
Hey.
kind of looks at himself. Kind of.
Do I need to reattach any limbs?
Wounds, you're checking for wounds, anything. Everyone can, move, breathe properly. Nobody hit their head too hard. You can all, motor function skills, everything, you're all good. You have everything that you need. Weapons, personal belongings, such. We're all here.
As those of you asking that question begin to look around, you notice something you see that your group all look generally pretty fine. Bump on the head, but nothing too bad. The crew members that are remaining, they look pretty bad. One of them seems to have a newly taken out. It's like there was a piece of wood like stabbed through his leg, which has been taken out, and they're bandaging it, but that's still. Guy's going to be moving a bit slower, and they're just using simple bandages. There's a couple guys with some cuts and scrapes. Compared to them, you guys are in great shape, but they're not looking too great.
Is there anything that we can do for them?
Do you want to ask? You could approach
yes.
one of the people. Okay.
Kind of like nervously tugging Aurelie along because I don't have any means to help people like that.
I mean, he's short enough. You could just pick him up.
No. I've been picked up too many times. I know what it feels like.
So as you begin to walk forward, also there was a question from, I believe it was Aurelie here. You were asking if it was magical darkness. I'm going to say not necessarily, but this isn't technically darkness is the thing. This is a fog. This is not technically darkness. So it is classified as something different. But as the two of you begin to go forward to the group, you see that, again, they look pretty bad, and there's one man who seems to be doing the most of the ordering around. You would have met him during the 2 to 3 days journey on the boat. This is the cook. He goes by John, and he is the cook. And as you are looking around, he is the highest ranking person on the boat that is left.
Captain Cook?
Captain Cook, yeah. He is the highest ranking person that you see. Everyone else looks to just be standard deckhands, people that would have been manning the crow's nest, but no one of actual rank and standing. And so you guys approach, and immediately he turns to you. Hi. And you can see he's got like a large gash along his side, kind of under his one rib. Hi. Good to see you're standing. What do we do now?
Is there any navigator left? Anyone here? You're the highest, it seems?
I started to train in navigating, but I'm still just a cook. I guess now I'm technically the captain, but only technically.
How hurt are your people? The crew here.
They're a bit banged up, but they're strong. Just need bandaged up a little bit, and then we'll be ready for travel. But we don't know where we're going. We were supposed to land, and he kind of points off toward the coast, toward the left, along the coastline. I mean, we were supposed to head over that way, but there's a mountain range blocking our path. We'd have to either go around, over, or through to get back to port. But from what little we know of kind of what we overheard, like journey stuff, you guys don't need to go that way, right? You guys need to go further in.
I roughly know where we're going. More importantly, I'm going to try to cast a spell. I'm not going to actually cast it for the sake of using a spell slot, but I need to know if I can actually cast anything or not.
Okay.
Do I succeed?
So, yes, it seems like, from what you're gathering, and you would have seen Drasan as well, who used the whoosh gust to try to blow some of the fog. It seems like on this coastline, at the very least, you don't know about more inland, but you know on the coastline here, magic's still working, which is interesting, because that's not what you were led to believe. You had actually specifically, I'll tell you what you had been told. You had been told that about, at least, I can't remember exact distance, but I believe I said it was about a mile off the coast was when the field started. And so the fact that you can still cast on the coast is interesting. Anyway, Yes. What spell would you have been trying to cast, though? Because it would.
I was gonna try to cast Prayer of Healing on any of the individuals who are still battered.
That is entirely doable. Is that a what's the casting time on that?
10 minutes. So
Okay.
What's the range?
30 feet, 6 creatures.
Okay.
Kingsley is specifically keeping out of that range.
Okay.
And so yeah, that works. And the men that you do choose are. Would you choose? You said some of the more hurt ones.
Yes, like
Okay.
with a combination of Lesser Restoration and my healing spells, I can reattach limbs as long as it's relatively fast.
I mean, I would say there's probably one guy where his wrist it's sort of bent at a bad angle, and you see it could use some reattaching. So if you offer, he would take it.
Yeah.
He would definitely not say no.
Well, no.
More able bodies we have, the better.
Getting
Exactly.
more in to this mindset of magic is still working. I am going to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay, that works.
That-
That works. And is there anything else anyone wants to do during this time where you seem to still have magic? Is there anything you want to cast?
Oh, casting. Oh, that'd be helpful.
Zernus, do you have anything?
I'm good. I don't have anything regarding magic.
Okay. Do you have something
just
else you
wanna
want
go-
to do, though?
I want to go stand up at where this hill supposedly kind of stops and just like look over and keep an eye out.
Okay. So are you looking out over the coast, like over your friends, or looking further inland?
360, just like
Okay.
looking all around.
You walk up this hill, and it's a bit of a trudge, but you get up there fine. Looking back toward the coast, again, you can see roughly, to give it a better description, it is about 60 feet you can see clearly with minimal fog, and then 120 feet, another 60 feet, so total 120 feet, that extra 60 feet being a little harder to see. And then eventually it fades past that. Looking inland, you can see about 20 feet in front of you.
Awful. This is awful.
Absolutely awful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sock's with me still, right? He hasn't died.
Correct. Sock is still with you.
Me and him, we're just gonna like crouch down or sit and just listen. If we
Okay.
can't see, we use ears. Can't hear, we use smell.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a perception check. You can either have both you and Sock roll separately, or Sock can give you the help action, which don't forget Sock has that thing that's like an inspiration.
Yep. I'll roll separately.
Okay.
Well, I'm. What's my modifier perception? I have a 16 and Sock has a. Yeah, and Sock gets a 23.
Okay. I think that's fair. So you are looking out here and relying on your sight, your hearing. Smell there isn't really a whole lot. It's very the smell of the ocean, the salty smell in the air, the smell of rotten wood is one that especially assails your nostrils here. You can presume from a lot of the ships that were crashed here. From your sight, looking around, you don't see anything. You can see, from what you can see in the fog, there is grass. There is grass. It seems to be sort of a brownish green. It seems not super healthy, but it's still there. It's short. There's a few flowers, although they look very wilted, but still living somewhat. Sock, however, Sock picks up a scent of, how to describe it? It's a scent Sock wouldn't be familiar with. It's very, I guess the best word is artificial. It's chemically. And it's strange. And that's going to take a couple minutes for you guys to kind of looking for you guys to piece out. So I want to go over to the others real quick. Anything any of you would like to do, again, spell wise, during this moment, seeing that spells do work, because all of you would be aware of that at this point.
Spell wise, the only thing that I think Galliard would want to do right now, would he be able to see Drawson likewise cast mage armor
Yeah, I think it's reasonable
from
you'd be
like
able to see
where?
that. Yeah.
Alright, he's going to copy him, do the same, as just for like a brief moment. It's almost as if his like form just covers with little dragon scales before they just vanish, and then he casts mage armor.
Okay. Perfect. So 2 of you have mage armor. Make sure you mark that down.
13.
So there you go. Bolstering yourselves to attempt to make sure that you are a little more prepared for the unknown, because this is very unknown for not just you but everyone here. The crew looks afraid. They look concerned, but they look to you. And that cook is going to approach. I'd say because Galliard and Aurelia, I figure you're still probably pretty close by, since Aurelia is casting Prayer of Healing. Not to disturb Aurelia from the spell, but would go up to Galliard. The cook would approach. I suppose the safest thing for me and my men is if we stick in a group, and we don't really know where we're going. Do you mind if we stick with you, at least for the time being?
Oh, I'm not exactly a spokesperson or elected representative of our group or anything like that, but I don't think that the others would have a problem with that. I mean, logic seems sound with that. Yes, sticking together right now. You said you're trained a bit in navigation, and we have a sort of map or such. We all need to get our bearings here. It seems. I don't know if you or some of the others that you trust, like I don't know, leadership or anything over there, could meet with us, or we could all meet together or something, just to figure out what exactly we're doing going forward, where we are.
Yeah. I suppose we could set up a small camp. Maybe we could rest up a little bit, and then we could head in.
Aurelie will say, like, very short and to the point to not interrupt the spell casting, but food, and he'll continue. Scraps, bags, injured, stay. The rest, pairs.
And this newly dubbed captain will kind of nod in your direction. Will do. I'll see what we can get together. We might be able to have some men rush out to the ship, see if there's anything that isn't entirely underwater. We had some stuff still on board. It should be sealed.
Grab anything. And purify.
And he'll start barking orders to some of the men who you can kind of tell they're following him at this point, because it's kind of one of those things. If you want to get on someone's good side, give them food, and that's literally this guy's entire job before. So they all pretty much are like, okay, we will follow you to the death. And so he starts barking orders, and you see some of them start to trudge out into the water. The ship's not too far off the coast, but you can definitely tell a lot of what wasn't bolted down is probably underwater at this point. But they trudge out and start trying to find stuff and scavenge. I will say, so Relly, you finish up the casting after a few minutes, and the men who you've healed immediately get to work starting putting up a camp, as well as some of the men who come back. You see that they do have some tents, a bit wet, but they'll serve their purpose. It can be dried out by the fire. They start putting together a fire. They have some tinder boxes that weren't entirely soaked, as well as some food, a lot of dried foods.
It's a little overkill, but I do have firebolt if we need fire.
There you go. That would work. You might. And
Oh no.
So, yeah, we'll say that the camp is put together. The camp is brought up, and the crewmates start to gather together, start to plan kind of where they'd like to go. Whether they go with you guys or not. What are you guys doing?
At this point, can Galliard go try to find Zernus and Sock?
You can see them right from there, standing up at the hill, uh, sort of just keeping watch. Zernus, over this time, you haven't really seen anything differently than from before. You don't see any movement other than the people around you. The scents haven't changed. Nothing really seems different. And again, you don't really have visibility into the fog.
Can I hear anything, or is that the same too?
The only changes would be from the people on the coast, on the beach. Nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So, I open the floor to all of you.
I'll probably go see where they want to go.
Where the crew wants to go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because we're going to the middle. I assume we're going to the middle.
You guys have a vague idea of where you would need to go. It is one of the 4 locations on the map in the lore chat there. There is 4 locations that are unmarked. They are marked but unlabeled. One is to the northern area. One is slightly to the left, by a few days, sort of southwest by about. Sorry, hit the microphone. By about 4 or 5 days. One is then, and then the next one under that is to the southeast from that. Again, about 4 to 5 days. And then the farthest from all of those would be the 4th, which is probably from the closest of those markers. 2 weeks, roughly. You guys, for a point of reference, because I apologize, I actually didn't mark this on the map. I thought I did. You guys are... I can't really stream and show you, sadly. So if you look at the map, you see a town known as Malgalar. You were originally supposed to land just off the coast of that. There's a small village that's not on the map, just a really small fishing village. You were supposed to land just off of there and then begin your journey from there. That didn't happen. You are currently... There's a little bit that juts just to the north of that. That is the coast you are on currently. So Malgalar is closest to where you are now. However, again, that is either across the water, which you have no boat, or it is across a mountain range, which has its own challenges. So it is a question of, do you want to go further in and try to find one of these cities? Or do you want to go into the Dwarven Empire, which is what Malgalar is part of, and try to do something from there? What do you wish to do? What is the plan? I will tell you, Drussan, you wanted to go up and ask them what they want to do. The crew would very much like to not be here, so they're saying they would like to go to Malgalar. However, they are also very hesitant as they don't have a full crew, they don't have a boat, and that's not a short water passage. On the map, it's like an inch, but that's about a 3 days journey. Or sorry, on boat, that'd be about a full day's journey. If you were to try to swim that, that's not possible. At least not without extreme difficulty. And you don't have anything really to do, because all of the lifeboat things, nowhere to be seen. You do not see them. And there were a couple, there were like 2, they had to be scavenged for firewood, because they were the only dry wood here. The other wood would not have wanted to be burnt. You wouldn't have wanted to burn that. It was pretty rotten. And had some weird stuff on it that the crew was kind of like, we don't know what that is, so we're not going to mess with that. So that is kind of what you get, Drosan, just from listening, is they would very much like to go to the Dwarven Empire, where they were supposed to go after. However, they don't think that's feasible. So a lot of them, this new captain included, are saying that they should stick with you guys regardless of where you go. So they are kind of honestly defaulting to you.
Well, I'll probably go after hearing that, check in with everyone and see how they're doing and where they want to try to go.
So you go over to the group. I'll say at this point, after setting up camp, you guys would all kind of be together. So discuss. What do you want to do?
I have a question.
Ask away.
Can purify food and water purify salt water into drinkable water? Or do we have to boil it?
No, I would say that's fine. I would allow it.
Okay. That saves us a lot of time and effort.
Very true.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wish to do that to purify some?
Yeah, I have on my expanded spell list. I have purify on it.
Okay.
That's why I told them to just grab anything that they can find because I can make it edible again.
Okay. I would say it's reasonable. A lot of the food is fine. It was made for anything to happen. It was dried meats and things like that, nuts. So a lot of the food's fine. The water, though, they don't have a lot of potable water. So you are able to take some time with that spell and make a good amount of potable water if you'd like to.
Yes, perfect.
And they are quite grateful because some of them were getting mighty thirsty. Okay.
Where is it that we want to go from here?
Who is it that has a map?
It was users, wasn't it?
Yeah, I have one.
Mind if I take a look at it real
Tracy,
quick?
please.
Yeah, sure. And he'll like take it out, lay it. Do we have a table? Ground, flat surface.
Sure, you can find
Or
a
smooth
crate or a rock.
Big rock.
We could just use Kingsley.
What? What?
No.
Okay. So you have the map in front of you. Again, you can refer to the one in lore. You guys are on the little bit that juts out on the southeastmost section of the dark area of the Scarred Lands map. You're somewhere on that coast. You don't really know exactly where, but you know you are somewhere there because of hearing the men talk about how far you are. You can kind of gauge that's about where you are. So you have a vague idea.
What if we were to just follow
And
the
we don't-
coastline, guys?
Well, we'd have
Towards
to
the dwarven
traverse
settlement?
the mountains.
Towards the dwarven settlements, so they remembers don't have to be with us the entire time. It's less risk that they die.
Well, wouldn't we have to go over the mountains?
Something I can tell you from the map here. If you were to follow the coastline, which would be a multi-day journey, just alone from where you currently estimate you to be, to following the coastline toward just the mountain range, would be about a week and a half. And then from what you've heard the men talk about and why, because it's not just a case of following the coast and there's a beach alongside the mountains. It is sheer cliff sides, and it's pretty dangerous terrain because these were not naturally formed mountains. These are not, they're referred to as a mountain range, but they were not naturally formed. During the war, this was a massive sort of magically formed range that was put there because during the war they were trying to cut the North from the South. They were trying to cut them off. And they succeeded by just erupting this massive, or erecting this massive, just range here. It was made to not be able to be crossed easily on foot. The only way to do so would be to go over, or do some rock climbing, which is a possibility. It is a possibility, but it's not going to be just as easy as following the coast. Just some
Lord
knowledge
of
for
the
you.
Rings ensues.
So following the coast is probably not a good option.
There's no sort of like ship good enough to use here to properly get across. Everything
Is
here
there
is all
any?
damaged. Nothing
Is
here.
there any
Nothing
way
to
we
do.
could? Is there any way we could contact someone back in Kingsport and tell them that we're shipwrecked and to send someone to come get these people? Does anyone have something that could do that?
I do not.
I have Skywrite.
Hmm.
This is a question for the DM. You know those things that were basically like magic, not fax machines, but like
Radios.
telegraph, right? The those things that we used before when we were in the first place we got stuck in.
When you went to
Would we
Troutbeck,
have
you were offered one,
sure?
but you went to a cleric instead to use a sending spell. But yes, you had seen one and been offered one.
Would anything like that have existed on the ship?
No, they're
Okay,
they're quite expensive, or they're honestly old. They're old news. They used to be a
I see.
thing, and they've been kind of phased out. They're old military radios.
I see. So nothing there. Nothing that can be salvaged. Probably not anything else here in the wreckage. I don't know.
You could look around.
Do the crew members know how to fight?
Glancing over at them from your small camp setup, looking at them, you get the idea that a good number of them, if not most of them, were not always just sailors. Some of them, looking at them, they were probably people who were down on their luck and couldn't get a job somewhere else. A couple of the people, you see some tattoos which you almost immediately recognize as like they were in prison at some point. So you get the idea that a good number of them probably can fight. But how good they are and what they can endure, that's hard to say.
Guard captain disapproval noises.
Yeah, like honestly, that's kind of why you recognize it, is because you've taken in a lot of people with that sort of same insignia. As you all are sitting there discussing, you do see a few of the men kind of just forming a sort of perimeter watch, watching the. Kind of doing what you did, Zernus, and just kind of standing along the fog and just kind of trying to peer in, just to get an idea.
So we can't leave them here, because if they were to get into any fight, I doubt they could hold their own. We can't send them home, and we can't go over the mountain. Well, more lives to be responsible for.
How many crew are there?
There
50.
are about 50. To get now that you have actually had some time, I'll tell you that there are about 53, or exactly 53, including the cook.
That's a village.
Well. Oh yes.
I guess we're taking them with us then.
Okay.
I mean, they seem to want to stay with us. I mean, for the most part.
It's not like they have a choice.
Yeah. That's true.
Over
There's
at
no
the
sort of
You go first.
Oh, just curious as to like, again, you said no communication, anything like that. Uh, maybe a little bit of a long shot. There might be something in the wreckage, but I don't want to do that alone. If anyone else thinks it might be a good idea or not.
You want to go out there again to the ship that's capsized?
Not just that. Not ours. Not ours. Because remember those like what's the proper word for them? DM. I don't want him to say radios, but like he's trying to get that point across.
No, I'm gonna be real with you. That's what they are. They're radios.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right then. Those radios that are there. There's nothing like that on our ship here in here. I don't know if anything like that that's a little bit older might be in some of the other wreckage here. I don't even know if it would work or such, but maybe that's something to look into if we need to contact people to let them know.
I
Maybe
mean, we
try
could
to.
check, but knowing these wreckages and how old and useless those radios are, I doubt that there would be one on the ship. Ones we could get to, at least.
Perhaps. So quite literally, I don't think any of us want to go further into the unknown areas of this, the scarred lands.
Mhm.
Is that the general consensus with you all?
Well, I thought that was the only way we could go, really.
It's the safest option. I don't feel like losing more lives.
We don't exactly know what's there.
We don't know what's there, we can't go over the mountain, and if we try and swim, well, we'll drown. We have no other way to go. I'm with Drasen on this one. It's probably best to head inland. At least there'll be something we could scavenge, keep them fed.
True. You said there was writing on the side of the wrecked ship.
There is. It is writing in blood that says, "Try to forget me now."
Is that a conversation we want to have now, or we want to try to make sure that we're, safe first?
Oh, you mean unwrap the entire fact that Kingsley has this long dead best friend foe who may or may not have just tried to kill us and strand us on an island with no magic and no way to get home?
Oh, we have magic.
Oh, brilliant. Does any of it help us to get home? Or send anyone to help us?
No.
But we have magic. Well, I suppose that's the upside side now.
Minor illusion party streamers. I don't know.
Yes, Kingsley, do you want to talk about that person?
His name's Duvel.
Duval?
I thought he was dead.
Evidently not.
Galliard. Gentle. What?
I want to know about it. Go ahead and ask anything. I don't know where I would start with this.
How about why you thought he was dead and why he was so angry that he wasn't, I suppose.
We were really close friends as kids. And on a trip, we were taken. The people who took us weren't kind. The only reason I really... The reason that I even wasn't as bad off as him is because, well, my parents were nobles. They wanted money. He wasn't that lucky. I thought he was dead. What they did to him. So I escaped on my own. Well, with the help of Serena, though I didn't know that at the time.
Did you check on him, or was that not an option at your current state?
I didn't have the chance to. I looked at him. He wasn't moving. It didn't look like he was breathing. It was a split-second decision to either run or... Who knows what would have happened.
It's not your fault. You made a decision.
Isn't
You
it, though?
chose. Well,
I could
were
have
you the
saved him and myself. Instead, I was selfish and only cared about myself. I didn't even try to check on him.
A survival instinct isn't selfish. You did what you could to keep yourself alive before you could help anyone else. And unfortunately, given the circumstances...
I didn't even tell anyone that he was there after the fact. I was so focused on what I went through that I didn't even think about it.
And that's okay.
Well, obviously it's not, because now he wants me dead for it.
I'm sure we will have someone who wants us dead.
If
I...
he wanted you dead, you might... He had an opportunity, didn't he? I don't think he would have held back if he really did.
No, he wanted your blood, actually.
Metaphorically. It's a term used to describe to kill someone.
I know that, Aurelie. He had vials, though. I tried to grab them, but my hand wasn't quick enough through the Gaza. It had your name on it.
Once someone sets their mind on gold, if they stop at nothing to obtain it, and they come to the climax, they often hesitate to complete it. Especially if they don't know what to do afterwards. Sort of, play with your food situation. And the way he talked and act, it sounds like he wants to break you down the same way you broke him.
It wasn't Kingsley's fault.
Ernest, you can say that all you want. You're wrong.
You're the one who wanted to get kidnapped, Kingsley.
I don't think it's your fault either.
How can you decide and take the guilt and blame for some people's greedy actions to take gold? It wasn't your fault. It won't ever be your fault. And people can be angry about it.
I had the chance to help him and I didn't, Zernus. I left him there for dead. The least I could have done was said something, at least to my parents, that he was there. But I didn't. He has every right to be upset with me for this.
Then allow him to tear himself asunder. You need to do the same.
Do you have a different name, Kingsley?
I'm sorry, what?
Your name is Kingsley the one you chose, or was it the one you were given at birth? I don't mean to pry. It probably doesn't seem relevant.
My parents chose this one too. But it wasn't the first one they chose.
It's weird. The vial you had, it didn't have specifically your name, it just had your family's name? Oh,
Grim.
Grim. Yes.
He didn't know me as Kingsley back then.
I see. You don't have to go any further.
He was Octavia before then. It's not that I hated or dislike who I used to be. Just wasn't me, you know?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That explains questions now. I mean, aside from the fact that he wants a vial of your blood, which. Does anyone know what that could possibly mean, or am I just sat here going nuts?
There's a certain type of ancient magic that you can use blood for, but I don't know if they're quite as studied in that.
Magic?
Hemocraft?
Yes, to hemocraft, sanguimancy, it depends on the variation.
Hero Galancy? What?
Didn't
Hemocraft, sanguimancy. It's how would one describe it?
Manipulation of the blood.
didn't he use one of the vials or something?
I think he did. It's kind of fuzzy.
I don't remember a whole lot of it, to be honest.
He
I
did.
remember it, but he just kind of looks at his chest.
Didn't he get like? He's not a threat anymore, is he? Because like he got obliterated when that whole like weird water thing just kind
No.
of shot up.
He kind of just vanished. My arm
No,
still
he
aches
didn't.
from it.
So he could possibly still be around and do harm to us.
He
He
was
could still
here.
be a threat. He
I'm
was.
sorry.
Which is something that I wanted to bring up. Sorry, go ahead.
He points at the try to forget me now on the ship. He did that.
Oh,
So we definitely shouldn't stay here then.
He walked into the water afterwards. Disappeared then.
is he like a mermaid?
I don't.
Mm,
I don't think so, Certus.
likely
Wait.
magic.
But he keeps vanishing into the water.
That doesn't mean he's a.
Well,
Is it mermaid or merman?
there
it
is
fish person?
something that I wanted to
Could be
bring
more
up.
person.
Merfolk.
We're up against an incredibly potent spellcaster. one that's capable of completely turning the mind against itself and bending the will of others. Means more than likely they have access to divination magic. It's probably how they found you. And you'll look at Kingsley.
Quiet casting detect magic.
But
Yes. Oh, go ahead, Aurelie, and then I do have one thing.
okay, you do that first, and then I can continue the
Okay.
heal.
So Galliard, you said that you were going to cast detect magic. What exactly are you looking for
Yeah.
again?
So, first myself, see if there's anything that that person may have done, since they can use magic. We were unconscious, and he was apparently here. And then once, if I see anything on myself, there's nothing there, just to kind of like shift my focus just towards the rest of the group. Kingsley first, because he seems to be the target of this person's ire, and then the rest.
Do me a favor. What is the type of magic that detect magic is? Like, what is the school?
It is divination.
It is
magic.
divination. As it is, you attempt to cast it, you begin to cast a spell you are familiar with, and you begin to swirl the arcane glyphs and speak the words in the invocation of it. It fails. You don't know why.
Do I lose the spell slot?
You do, yes. The spell slot, you cast the spell. The spell simply does not work, and you do not know why. It could be something with the area. Maybe just certain things don't work. You're not really sure, because all the spells cast thus far have worked in this area. So why that one wouldn't work is unknown. The only thing that immediately comes to mind is it's a effect of the region. But without more investigation, that's really all you can think.
Something I
Strange.
wanted to bring up is that while all of you were there, this individual seemed to have a certain foresight as to who to target, where to target, and what to do. And the only time I saw a lapse in their judgment was when I walked up the stairs and prevented Maldette from being forced into submission. And I think the reason for that, he's going to snap his fingers and hold out a necklace, is this. I bought this before we left town. It's an amulet of proof against detection. I was going to give them to you all earlier, but I didn't really think that we would need them so quickly. I bought a bunch for you. And he'll reach into his bag and pull out as many as there are people here. This should protect us against any divination magic that this person has.
What's it called again?
An amulet of proof against detection.
There's an and there as well.
Oh,
And location.
And location, yes. Sorry, I forgot the full. It's the upgraded version of the one you have, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, because you have the
I have a
weak one.
bootleg one.
Yeah. So this is the thing you were originally looking for, Drasan.
Yes, it is.
So far, you have no real idea if the one you actually have works, because there's been nothing to prove it.
There's been nothing to disprove it either.
True. But you see these are all held out. Do you all take them that Aurelie is offering?
Yes.
Okay, you now have the actual thing you wanted, Drasan. There you go. It only took this long. And then the rest of you now have that as well. So just make sure, mark that on your inventory. Yeah, you're all good. And so just keep in mind what that does. Basically, if I'm remembering correctly, off the top of my head, it keeps people from being able to like scry on you and stuff like that. For example, anything like was said by Aurelie, divination related things that would be able to target you, such as like scrying or stuff like that. So he wouldn't really be able to find you if he tried, at least not without actually hearing about you and things like that.
Now, who is this for?
I have one for everyone.
One for
That's
everyone.
what I spent the 2 weeks healing people nonstop to do.
You saved up so much money for these. Like it was, yeah, but they're expensive.
I had just enough to buy all of these and then some pocket change left over.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Let's see.
Oh, by the way,
Thank
What are
you.
they called?
now that you know about all the coins in the area, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, just send you a screenshot. I'll put it in pictures somewhere.
Thank you, early.
Yes,
What is this
thank
item
you.
called again?
The item
Amulet
you
of
just
proof against detection and location.
Yes.
I'm just gonna
It,
put it
it,
on senior
uh,
amulet.
it hides you from things that are looking for you.
Yes.
The reason that I wanted them originally is because if we're supposed to be obtaining particularly valuable items, we might have people that might come after us for them. It was just a safeguard.
And do we have to attune to it?
Um, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. These do require attunement, which don't forget our current attunement rules. We're changing it slightly from normal. Rather than just having, I believe it's 3 normally, you're going to have as many attunement slots as you do have proficiency bonus.
So
So
right now,
you will.
2.
So right now 2. So it is less than normal right now. However, down
Hey,
the
I
line,
can't use that.
yeah, but you can have it with you just until for when your attunement or your proficiency increases, because then you get more. Because what that means is at level 20, rather than only having 3 attunement slots, still you have 6 at level 20, so you can have more magic things.
Shoot, this is the first thing I'm attuned to.
There you go.
2 things now.
Me over
I don't
here
have-
stepping with hands.
I don't want to risk an hour with of switching between the 2. So right now I'm using my bootleg one.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a
That works.
question regarding the
I would
blood
like a
magic.
few minutes.
What was the question?
Just like it's more Zern asking the party because does the blood magic necessarily need a specific person? Because the vial said Kingsley's name on it, but he didn't seem to hesitate of me giving any blood up.
Who would like to answer this question? Because I will require a check depending on who is wanting to answer this.
Galliard is a scholar of magic, and I
Okay.
feel like he would be heavily researched in it.
I guess I could try. I've got something that has to do with blood on my person.
Okay. Then whoever would like to roll this, I need a either Arcana or History check. I will allow
I'm better
either.
at Arcana than I am at History, so I'll roll that one.
Okay. And then
You want to do
Galliard,
it with
you say yours as
advantage with Oh,
Oh no, do
I
it
was going
separate.
to roll.
do it separate,
Doing a separate?
I guess.
Oh, all right.
Oop, natural 1 for a total of 2.
Okay.
For a total of 3,
3.
actually.
Here is what I will tell you, Drasan. Here is what you get. You do not know of any specific types of magic other than what has already been said in the group, but just from your knowledge, you are not really aware of anything specifically. However, what you do know is this: blood is used in a lot of really bad rituals sometimes.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what it is. But who knows? Galliard, what about you?
That's a 9 plus a 7 for a total of 16.
Thank
Arcana.
God for that plus.
I
16.
also
Oh. Yes,
Guidance.
Really cast guidance? Before?
yes.
Okay, then go ahead. What is it? A D4, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and add that
Can you
D4.
stack guidance?
I'm gonna say no.
If we could, the rat would be so strong.
I'm gonna say no.
Who's being guided?
You are. Galliard is, I believe.
Like
Oh,
if two different
who rolls that?
people cast guidance on the same person, it doesn't stack.
I'm gonna say no.
Cool. What
You can use something else, like a bardic inspiration could be added. So like Rat Baby could add bardic inspiration because that's a separate thing. But I'm gonna say guidance, like the same thing, does not stack.
Baby.
You want it? I love that.
Offering it to
Son.
Galliard.
Get this inspo.
Take the inspo. So what is the inspo die right now?
Wait, D8.
D8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you permanently changed it.
So then, Galliard, you have a D8 and the D4. So go ahead and add that to your 16.
Do I just roll them myself, or
Yes, you
Yeah.
roll them.
Oh yeah.
Or they
It's
roll
big
them. I don't
brain
really
time.
care. But I'd say you should probably roll them.
D8 and a D4?
Yep. See the
That's
numbers.
a 6 and a 3 on top of the 16, total of 25.
You took it from
Arcana.
a 9 on the dice to a 25 total. Okay. So
Power of
Heck
friendship.
yeah.
so going off of how this works. So you at first start thinking about it and you're like, "Man, I know, hemocraft magic and things like that. I know it's a thing." But you're struggling to really piece anything together, and then you start thinking about some of your research in the past and you go, "Okay, so there's this," and then you get just this burst of guidance from Morelli and this inspiration from Purple Rat Baby, and you go, wait a minute. So to answer the question that was asked with your knowledge, no, it does not have to be a specific person's blood. In fact, the user of Hemocraft magic can traditionally use their own blood. In fact, they don't need to use someone else's. The amounts vary depending on what they're wanting to do and their study, because Hemocraft magic isn't just like, it's kind of like general wizardry. It isn't just like one thing. This is what I do and that's it. Or rather, let me be more specific. It's not. It is like wizardry in the sense that this is just specialty. So like, sometimes they specialize more in potion making using Hemocraft magic as the catalyst, or some people do what you saw before, and you kind of connect that. They were using it to empower their attacks. Shards of ice and whatnot coating the weapon. That is Hemocraft magic. Using the blood as the catalyst. The material component, you could say. But no, to answer the question, it does not need to be a specific person's blood. It could be anybody's. So the vials, at your best guess, it's just something this guy does. It's not necessary.
But that's more of like a personal thing for vengeance, then, maybe?
Well,
Don't know.
blood is used for a lot of things. Various.
Zernus, you were able to read the vials?
Uh-huh. They were like a weird mix of gibberish, but I specialize in that.
Did you recognize, or were you able to read any of the other names?
Was I DM?
Go ahead, and I'm going to have you roll me a history check, because in the heat of combat, you've taken a ding to the old noggin. Can you recall anything you've seen is the question.
19. I have
19.
no modifier for history. I am dim.
That's okay. That's a good 19, though. That's very good. So, with a 19, you think back and do the throbbing in your noggin, and you start to think back, and yes, there were a couple that you could vaguely read. You were correct. These were what looked like a mix of gibberish. They were different languages. They weren't all the same language. And the best you could tell from what you gathered generally, while you did not pick out any other names per se, you did notice this. The names seemed to correspond with, or the name seemed to correspond with the language it was written in. And what I mean by that is, even if you can't read a language necessarily, or know a language like French, I might not know French, but I can look at a name and go, that looks like a French name. And that's kind of the general thing here, is you can kind of tell from the sentence structure, or the structure of the name. There were some that were in Dwarvish. There were some that were written in more of a undercommon sort of script. They were all varied. The only one that really stood out to you clearly was the one that was pointed out that was empty, Ogrim, which you now know to have been Octavia.
That one was an elven, right?
That one was an elven, which is interesting because as far as you know, Kingsley's not an elf.
Pointed ears, that's enough for Zernes.
So that's a
I'm
bit
not
odd.
racist. I'm not racist.
It's okay. All
Anti-racist.
Oh my god.
You
But,
were
isn't
shy.
racist, even though he literally said some bullshit about Kingsley being a demon originally.
Yeah. So
You
that,
were side. It was kind of like they were in some in like short people language, like the halfling dwarvish, and then there was some in like I could only assume goblin because oh my god, the handwriting was awful. But the only one that stood out was the one in elvish, and I don't think you're an elf.
He just kind of looks at himself, taps on the horns. I don't think so either.
Why would you read in elvish then?
Zernis, I think with your role, this is what I can tell you. Something you might be able to connect, and maybe those of you here as well with higher intelligence, I think it's reasonable. Dwevel is an elvish name.
Is it like a basic elvish name?
It is a...
Bro is named like Doug in the elvish
Jesus. Elven people are generally named based on status.
Oh, we lost you. You turned your mic off. At least I thought you turned it off because the light went out.
Hi.
Yeah, it went out.
No. There it is.
No. There
Hi.
you are.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Up here.
So, how about that airline food?
There we go. Okay. We're good. Hi. Okay, we're good now.
I do be loving me some peanuts.
Peanuts are great. So you can hear me now, right? We're all good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Hope that doesn't happen again. The names in an elvish society are generally based on their class of like in society, high, middle, low class. Dwevel is somewhere between like an upper middle class. It's somewhere up there. It essentially it is a... That is really all I can give you. Just with a general knowledge sort of thing. If you want to look more into it, you can make a roll of some kind, but that is generally what I can give you. Because you are a noble in an elvish sort of society. An elven-based society. Which it doesn't seem like it because of the hatred, but it kind of is.
Dwevel is a middle to high class name somewhere in that region. And he wasn't a noble?
A furbolg, in fact.
So noble. Zernes said noble.
Zernes's brain just genuinely buffers as he tries to think. If he was in a higher upper thing area, he looks at Kingsley in slight disbelief. Are you a prince?
No. And he wasn't a noble either. He was an altar boy at the temple that we were both at.
But the name doesn't...
I mean, the people that raised him were elven.
Oh, wait. But like... Wait. He just rubs his head. Okay.
We were on a trip with the priest whenever we were taken.
Okay. So I was just confused because that name's rather high ranking. And if you say he wasn't so lucky as you, and It just didn't make sense in my head.
I mean, I don't know anything about where he came from or anything. I just met him at the temple.
Mm.
So who knows? We were friends, but we were kids. None of that mattered to us.
That's sweet. Is this a so again, sorry, very nice story. We now have a few answers to the questions we had. So the plan, we didn't discuss it. What do we do with the package?
I think we take them with us as we go. Try to find some way to keep safe. Gosh, this really is like the Odyssey.
Is this a good time to mention Sock did do a snuffing? He smelled something up at the hill.
Okay, just still. You're saying he's still up on the hill?
Yeah, he's like sat.
Okay.
Good dog. Snoofing.
Nothing new. Nothing new, to be honest. Just seems to still be sitting there. Kind of notices you looking and looks over, does the happy dog face, tail wag, goes back to looking. But no, nothing really that Sock seems to notice. Nothing out of the ordinary as far as you can tell. Doesn't seem alarmed in any way. Doesn't look angry at anything. Just still keeping a lookout. Some of the sailors are also doing the same, just a little further down the coast. They don't seem to be finding anything either. They seem to. You see a couple of them go in and come out with what look like just small clumps of grass and whatnot. Some of the flowers. They're just kind of taking a look at everything, trying to see maybe what they're getting into. But nothing really seems out of the ordinary. Now, I will say, Galliard, you had sent me a thing you wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, you want to cast Identify in the amulet.
Right. I was thinking that maybe while Zernus was speaking, Kingsley, that Galliard kind of wanders off to a little quiet place.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's concerned because of what he tried to do before and how that didn't work. He wants to try shifting it around to see if something like that might happen here.
I gotta look something up because I think by the nature of the amulet, that would not work. But let me double check.
Mhm.
Because
Gosh, we either argue or we just don't decide.
I'm gonna be honest. This is fine. I would rather you guys, because at this point I'm not in a place as a DM where I need you guys to move to a location. You guys take an entire session to discuss what you want to do. That's fine. I'm fine with you guys doing whatever. Let me read this
We need to
here.
be fully informed.
Yeah. Okay, so the amulet. Okay, so the identify spell. It's still divination though. So you hold up this amulet and you start to cast it. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. Again, spell slot used. Well, if you cast it as a ritual, no spell slot used. But you go through the process of doing this ritual. You set your books down, you set your staff down, start casting this as a ritual, and as you do so, the symbols start to flow and everything starts to go just like before. Though it seems to almost be ripped back at the last second as it is cast. It just hits a barrier. It's almost like when you're trying to solve a problem and you get right to the edge of solving it. You think you have it solved, and then right at the end you just hit a block and you can't get past that block. For some reason it just doesn't work.
Would Galliard be able to identify one of the magic items that somebody else already has? The party?
Cast identify on
Because
like
I
a
know he
different item.
casted. Yeah, I know he identified what he has already. I don't know if like he could recast identify on that again.
Sure. I mean, I would
Or-
allow you to. You can cast identify on an item as many times as you want. You just might not get any more information.
You could cast it on the codex again.
You want to?
Or on the collar again.
There you go. Do you do
See
so?
if Dickman has left any messages for us.
I swear that happened again.
Wait, do you want to cast it on the collar? That'd be really funny.
Yeah, you have to wander up the hill. Are you sure you're built for that?
I have a staff. I can do it. Yeah,
Okay.
my walking stick.
Use
So,
your
yeah, he's
newly
going.
explosive walking stick.
I love that. All right, so
That sounds
Galliard
awful.
does that. He's very, very nervous and worried. He's hoping it's the first time it was a fluke. The second time, because of the nature of what this thing is supposed to be and supposed to do, he's getting worried about the idea that divination magic might not work here, and he wants to. He's very nervous. He's trying to figure out to see if it could work.
Okay.
He's going to try to cast it on Collar. Just sit down, scratch behind little scruff.
And
He
so
makes like an ungodly pug noise.
oh. And so you start to walk your way using your staff up top. Do so. You get up there, and again, it is a bit of a trudge. Like, it doesn't look like that big of a hill from the bottom, but you get up there, and it's like, all right, okay, all right, come on, suck, scruff.
He's out of breath.
And so you go over and you begin casting identify, and the same result. However, there is one slight difference. So the spell, right as it's about to end, which you can tell it's not going to work, you can already tell, you say, you see the glyphs in front of you, and you think, wait a minute, is it working? And it just simply says, good luck, weather boy.
I'm gonna planar bind this dude and torch
And so it sadly does not work, but you get that little last message of good luck from your old friend Dickman.
He at this point, Galliard just kind of like screams out, just like help.
You all hear this. You hear help from the top of the
I
hill.
will rush over.
Yeah,
Yep.
Suck stands up instantly. Everyone's like over there.
I'm probably a bit faster at going up the hill than Galliard was. Both because of
Definitely
my
faster than
speed
me.
and because of my legs.
Yes.
I'm
built
not
for
getting
this.
and going over to him.
Okay.
He's just watching from where he's sitting.
I will say, now that I'm at the top of this hill at the thick fog, can I try to mime a big, like, fan?
Very interesting.
We all
So
go flying.
so you get to the edge of the fog, and you and you start miming it. Nothing happens.
You just look nuts.
Nothing happens. And let me be specific. It's not that no fog dissipates or whatever. You can feel that ability is having no effect. The miming is not working.
Interesting.
Kind of nervously, Drawson's up there with him.
Mm-hmm. And then shortly, everyone else behind as well.
He's kind of like very quickly going over to Drawson. Like, is there like a part of his like around his collar, like something like that, kind of like one hand hold and kind of like nervously shake?
Yeah.
This
He's doing that.
you grab Suck by this collar, like with your hand, and you're like shaking it, and you lift him up slightly, and he's just like, ah! After you just yelled help, And all he says is, "Dad, stop."
Yeah.
Okay, Nelson, I don't know if you can feel this. I don't know if you can feel it. You know, do you know magic, like the kind of magic that, like, you know things, you know, like you're able to draw from, like,
I don't know any
well
of
of
that.
Okay, never mind. I don't know who else
My
would
special thing
know
isn't
that.
working though.
Okay, do you know? You don't. I don't know what that is. That's just a thing. You don't know what kind of magic. If it's
Hey,
magic,
Galliard.
okay, that's okay.
So you're at the edge of the fog. Those heartbeats
Mhm.
that you'd always heard of the men around you, of everyone else, you don't even realize it until just now and the mention of the special thing not working. It's incredibly silent.
Oh,
This is awful.
It
kind
wasn't
of
like
just
that
like
until you
without
moved
saying
up here.
anything. Like, I'm assuming a satyr's kind of like a human, reaches up 2 fingers to check for a pulse on Drawson
I mean,
to
you
his
do so.
neck.
And I mean, yeah, it's similar anatomy. I mean, you do so, and it's kind of weird. It's
Oh,
like, why are you doing that? But like, yeah,
okay.
there's a pulse.
Oh, okay. You're not dead. I can't hear your heartbeat. I can't do. Okay, that's not good. I don't think divination magic works in this area. I don't
I,
think that
I
a lot of things like that might work at
I'm
all
going
in
to try
general.
the gust cantrip.
Standing up there by the dense fog, it does not work.
Oh, I don't think any magic works here. I think
Hand out lightning, shocking bolts just off into like a sky. Anything?
Are you still standing by the dense fog?
Yes.
Nothing.
we found where
Okay.
there's no
Okay.
magic, guys. It's here.
Galliard, you could let go of Sock now.
He looks down at Sog.
He's
He's just like, okay, let's go with the collar. Oh, sorry. Like petting him.
it's dumb. He was like so sad that you did that, and then he's so happy that you're petting him.
Okay. Oh, this feels empty. This feels empty. I don't know how to describe it other than feeling empty. There's like, I don't feel.
Empty. You hear echo back through the fog. Empty.
Oh, help! No!
It's like, I don't know. It's like if there's something ever so like vital to you, like something core of your person, who you are, a memory, anything like that, and it's just gone.
I feel like that all the time.
It doesn't feel right. This feels wrong. This feels wrong.
This is where Sock smelled the thing. I don't know what he smelled. All he said was odd.
Odd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like an odd smell.
How do I? Looks down at Sock. How do I talk to you? Smell. What was
smiles
it
at
like?
you.
No, you don't. You can only do words. One word.
He looks up at everyone, just like happy that he's got attention. He starts wagging his tail, tongue hanging out, his eyes. The only one's looking at you, the other's off.
Love that.
Okay, never mind.
You could ask him to follow it, maybe, if you would like to find the smell. He might also have just smelled a dead thing that he wants to eat.
That might be a good way to get through this. If we gather all the people, we could follow the dog.
He has a name, Drawson.
Oh, Sock. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't believe you. I'm joking, it's fine.
Okay. About this time, as you guys are gathered about the fog, except Kingsley, who stayed back, the new captain is going to come up the hill. Hey, so, find anything?
Fog.
You know, no shit. Yep. Lots of fog.
I don't know.
Magic
I don't know
doesn't
if
work
you
here.
are. Yes, that. if that matters to you.
Not really. I don't think it matters to any of us, really. We're pretty simple. I
Well,
mean, I'm
that's
a bit of a
good.
wizard in the kitchen, but like, not actually.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, but not really. You know, not like you.
I'll jump off the cliff. No.
So no magic here. That kind of sucks. I was hoping we might be able to use something like that, but of course the rumors just had to be true. Okay, so listen, my men are ready to go whenever. We're fine staying here for as long as you guys want to, but I mean, if you guys think it's worthwhile to start making it through, we're following you.
Do we... I'm gonna look around at the group. Call down to Kingsley. Hey, do you think we're ready to go?
Why would you yell that?
He literally just looks and lays on the ground.
Drag him.
He has still yet to have been healed because he's been refusing it. He still has a fucking massive ass gash on his chest.
Somebody
I don't
please
think
help.
Kingsley feels
Hey,
good.
I'll go handle it. You two decide. You lot decide. What we're doing, and he'll basically slip and just fall down this hill before dusting himself off and walking over to the laying down tiefling. Lean over Kingsley. Do you want to help? Do you want help?
I honestly think we should rest at least for the night.
Do you want
Not
things to come
just
eat us?
us, but there's a lot of other men around here who probably could use it.
And crouch down to him. Looks at his chest. Looks at his face. Really?
That has nothing to do with it.
It takes his helmet off. Really?
Again, there's a lot of other men who need to rest too.
The
We've
captain
all
just
been
said,
through a lot.
yes, we have. Kingsley, and quite frankly, has that stopped us before?
Yes.
We were still doing things regardless.
Taking a night's rest is doing something. We can leave in the morning.
What if, like, mermaid comes back?
I don't think he's going to. And he's not a mermaid.
Look, right, until he proves me otherwise, he's a mermaid in my books. I'm gonna just basically put a hand on his chest and start healing him. I don't care if he tries to resist it.
He is just going to sit up and smack your hand away.
I'm going to push him down.
it's happening.
He's not letting
Oh
you.
no. Okay. Here's what I'm going to ask for. Here's what I'm going to say. Kingsley, you are adamantly not going to allow this to happen, correct?
Lay on head.
Okay.
Tag.
So
Slap the
then I'm going to
you.
say, because you are not going to allow it to happen, Zernus, you are pretty sure you're not going to be able to do this.
Oh, no contested athletics.
I was going to, but you know, in a case, I mean, do you want to? I will
I'm
allow,
okay
but
with it. I
okay,
want
if you as a player are okay with it, then I contested athletics.
You're prone, technically, because you're laid down.
So are you.
Set up.
Crouched. I'm crouched. I'm squatting.
I
You're
don't
walking
think-
those calves.
Well, let me check something. Hold on. Check.
What do you? Oh,
This has nothing to do with strength, so you would be fine. You'd be rolling normally anyway. Prone does not affect anything strength based, unless it's an attack, and this is not. I wouldn't rule it that way anyway. Yes, Connor.
Oh, 2 pictures?
No picture, just my roll.
25 from
Okay.
Kingsley and Zernus.
I want to take a picture, but I'm slow and useless.
fine.
So
So what is the total?
what was it again?
It is athletics.
Son of a bitch. It's a 24.
24. So Kingsley, you just being incredibly adamant about this. Zernus, you are trying very hard to heal Kingsley. Kingsley is not accepting it, and you are unable to do so. And Kingsley kind of pushes you away, or maybe not pushes you away, but just kind of like keeps you away from doing this.
I'm probably gonna down there now, because that's my
Hmm.
man's,
Okay.
and it's kind of not the most graceful process. I'm kind of on the ground at the end of it, probably, because this is
Yeah.
just fairly. I'm imagining Bandcamp Hill is what
Yes.
I'm imagining.
If
You
you're
don't
so
know, but
adamant,
you know.
I don't know, but I know.
if you're so adamant on resting, why won't you take healing? We could move quicker away from the shore. Somewhere inland, if it rains, we're not getting plowed with waves and rain.
I just yell over
Are
to
you not?
Kingsley,
Are you
get
not
up, and he
taking
receives
healing?
12
He
points of
refused
healing.
to.
Healing word.
Healing
Well,
word
healing
does
word
not
does
touch.
specify, but it does specify a willing creature, I think.
Oh, does it?
He's not
It
willing.
What's the
does
wording?
not.
It does
Creature
not.
of your choice that you can see within the range regains hit points equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. The spell has no effect on undead or constructs, and I'm casting it at 2nd level, so
Okay.
he gets 12.
So Kingsley, you've been healed 12 as you
And
hear
I say,
Maldet
"Get up."
yell out at you after hearing get up. Yeah. There you go. Actually, Maldet, you were up the hill, right?
I never specified.
You did not specify, so where would you have gone originally?
Middle ground between both Hill
Okay.
and Kingsley, not to leave him alone on the ground.
Okay, then I will say
Also to be able
yes.
to see
Spellcast.
what they were doing.
That's fine. Okay, then yes, the spell does work.
He'll stand. Go over to Drasan and help him up. Don't do that, Meldet.
Freaking great looking son of.
You're no help if
Why?
you're just going to be laying down on the ground.
Don't do it again, Meldet.
Okay, you die. I'm not bringing you back. Unless forced, which probably will be forced.
Ask next time, or will you just kill me?
We respectfully decline that because at least someone knows what's good for your health.
So as you
What
all
is
are
that?
having this discussion, sorry,
Huh?
perfect timing. As you all are having this discussion, so you guys, in my head, I'm looking at this from a top-down view. Let's say the beach is at the bottom of the screen. You guys are on the right, soldiers or sailors on the left, and a bit further down the way, just at the edge of your vision, you see a light coming in your direction, but not like a torchlight, more like a spotlight. And it's moving in your direction. And it's probably, this light source that you see is probably about 10 feet off the ground.
Oh, hey, look. Probably shouldn't have stayed here for as long as we did. I don't like that.
What?
I'm
'Cause
going this way.
with all of the searching
is
and
it?
everything that has happened, it's been a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
So what do
I
you
swear
do?
to God, if you send one of these mechs over here, I'm gonna lose it.
Oh, hey.
What do you do?
Is
Can we see what it
Zernus
is?
currently walking away, or is he still with us?
He is walking back to Sark, and like, you hear him begrudgingly pour out
Hold
sand in
on,
his helmet.
hold on. I want to climb up on top of Zernus's shoulders and
What?
bring out something that I own, let's say a torch, and cast light on it.
So you're like
His
trying to mimic
waddles,
it?
like
Yes.
Make me a deception check. Hold on.
What?
Ooh. I'm actually good at these.
And then while you're doing that, before you tell me what it is, Galliard, you had asked if you could see what it is. I need you to make me a perception check, please.
Perception check. All right.
Because it's hard to make out, because the light is kind of being dissipated by the fog, and so you can't really make out its form with a passive. So let me see what you get here.
Do I get help from Zerna?
I will allow it. So go ahead and roll for
Yeah,
damage.
sure.
Because that was my second natural one in a row.
Nice.
Okay, that's significantly better.
And then I'm going to ask for Drasan your roll first before Galliard, because it'll affect how I describe Galliard's.
Another 8. 16.
16. Okay. Galliard, what did you roll now?
Oh wait, no, it wasn't 16 at all. It was 14. I'm just stupid.
Okay.
Not stupid.
And then
It's 8
Galliard,
plus 6.
Galliard, what'd you get?
That's a total of 18. 16 on the die plus 2.
Okay. So what you see is this. There is, and it's very hard to make out. You don't see it until the sort of this large light makes its way across. It's not quite aiming in your direction. You get the idea they haven't seen you yet. There's no shouts of alarm, but you see the sailors starting to kind of move a little bit up toward the hill where you guys are. You see, this is not a mech. Kind of. It is what looks like a bipedal platform. It is a platform that with railing and what looks like a light on the front that has a few men standing on top wearing armor in a design you've never really seen before. And below this platform are 2 legs walking along, and they're walking slowly in your direction. You see out the corner of your eye Drasan hop up on Zernus' shoulders, light the torch up top, and start kind of waving it around. I did a roll for this, the people, and I'm actually, there's a couple of them, so I'm going to roll again. That's the same roll. Okay. They kind of look in that direction. Galliard, you see a couple of them kind of lean forward and look real hard. They say a couple things to each other, and you can't hear it from this distance at all over the waves and everything. But they say something to each other, and then the mech turns and walks into the fog. Walking, you can tell by the angle they are walking back where they came, but they are heading through the fog. You are fairly certain that they bought it. Fairly certain. However, that does mean these are the first people besides your group and the crew that you have seen.
This is awful.
And one thing I will note, because Maldet, you brought up the mechs, that style of mech is not something you would have ever heard or seen of before. The kind that you would be more familiar with are massive 20 or 30 foot tall weapons platforms that look either humanoid or they almost were modeled after ogres. Kinda, but larger and less refined. But yes, so not quite that kind of thing. Not something you would have ever read about or heard about. So what are you doing now after that? You
Just
don't know
like
how
wobbling.
long you have.
Does anybody have any idea what that was?
I'm gonna get down.
Help them down.
And dismiss the light spell on my torch.
So, did I see that? Did anyone else see that? Or did I just get climbed for no apparent reason?
The weird walking thing?
No, I'm asking you as a player.
Oh.
there was a light.
Yeah. I apologize. There was a question as a player. I was reading another question. What was that?
Did I see what was happening, or did I just get scaled?
I'm gonna be honest. You would have seen the light. You did not specify that you wanted to look closer at it, so I'm going to say no. Galliard had. That's why he saw a little more. I'm going to say no one else here really would have gotten a good look at it over the light dissipation through the fog, because no one else specified they wanted to. But Galliard, you're welcome to share with the group.
Oh, yes. You two, did you see the walking platform thing with the people, or did you be on the light? Did you get a
No,
good
I
look
just
at
saw
it?
a light.
Oh, well, there's this sort of platform, like thing, legs, like, was it bipedal?
It was bipedal.
It, two legs just kind of like walking. There seemed to be people on it. Uh, they, I don't know anything about that. I don't know what they are. Either of you have any idea what that might be?
It
It
was
like a
so it was a 10. How high was it off the ground?
how high was it?
10 feet. It was about 10 feet, not including the people on it.
Only about 10 feet, but still, people on it, I don't know what it was. It seems like an odd sort of vehicle transportation thing system. I don't know.
It's probably one of the robots. My father likes to talk about them a lot. Probably just one of those.
Well, they were going away, and I don't know, maybe they were trying to help.
And maybe they weren't. Looks over at Kingsley.
We don't have any idea of what was happening, so, like, do we
Were
want to
we
follow it?
told
Or...
if there were any bandits that roam around these places? All we know is that everyone who's come in hasn't come out yet.
That is the gist of what you know. You don't know about any bandits or civilizations. All you know is there were rumors of civilizations. That's what those dots are on the map. But you haven't heard of really anything bandits, and everyone who's entered has never returned.
Well, we have to assume that everything here is dangerous, don't we?
Looking from a captain point of view, if you're defending land that no one ever really leaves from, they were probably scavenging, and most likely not the good things either. The likelihood of them wanting to help is 75 to 25.
Even then, there's like... You're probably right. Never mind. Never mind.
I mean,
So
hey,
we should probably get moving.
Yeah.
So what,
Just
do
in
we
case they
want to
come
move?
back.
Do we want to move in the opposite direction because they just went into the fog? It seemed like there was like a handful of people on there. I didn't know how many exactly. I don't know, but they know that we're... Well, maybe they don't know that we are here, but they know that we as like people, or we as another thing are here. Our presence is known here.
There's a lot of locations in the fog. We can just go a different way.
Wait, did you say they were walking up along the beach, or did they just come up to the hill and then leave?
They were walking down on the beach in your direction along the coast.
Yeah.
And now they've turned around, gone up the hill, heading more toward that magically created mountain range that you would have had to go over. They're heading more in that direction. The opposite direction would be further inland.
Which is where we were gonna go anyways, it seemed.
We have a task at hand. Just find the library and then leave. It's probably best to just head that way. Regardless if people want to lay in the sand.
Well, he's not laying in the sand anymore.
And you're not on my shoulders.
So, what do you do?
Right then. I
Is
think
everyone okay with getting moving?
I'm good. I agree.
Sounds good to
I
me.
want to follow what Sock was sniffing.
It would be a.
We have been vibe checked by the DM.
Hello. Yes.
Get rid.
So you all begin to pack up, the crew following suit. What I'm going to ask for you is this: the crew included, and they will go wherever you choose. Let me actually get a thing up here real quick so I can type this down. We'll put it in dice rolls like we normally do initiative.
We have an army. Let's take over the first thing we see.
Very small army, but yeah, sure. What I'm going to need from you is a marching order. What order do you guys want to go in? Who wants to be up front? We will start there.
Me with me bog. My
Okay.
dog.
Zernus and Sock. Who wants to go next? Who is after Zernus and Sock?
Maybe
And
some of the crew.
Some of the crew. I will say the crew going in one block. Do
Okay.
you want them as a group to just go behind Zernus and Sock? The 50 of them?
No, we should probably flank the group because they're weakest or strongest. Who knows?
While they are
I will.
generally pretty weak, because they're not going to be as strong as you just passively, they are strong in number, so that is a thing to keep in mind. So who is after Zernus and Sock?
I want to say that Galliard's hanging close behind Zernus because he can't do anything right now. No spells, anything. And that's where he feels the safest.
Okay. That works. And I will
be at the very back.
meld at the very back. Okay.
Similarly to Galliard, I'm gonna be by Kingsley because I don't have magic, and that's kind of weird.
How does this sound?
Kingsley's also sticking kind of towards the back.
Okay, then how does this sound? What we'll do is, let me type this out and see what we're looking at. Drasan, would you prefer to be in front of Kingsley or behind?
Probably
If you're
behind.
in front, behind. Okay.
Probably just like a bit behind. If you need a total marching order.
Yeah, I'm just basically typing out the marching order because this may influence what happens.
To
so
make
we've got
sure that he's not lagging behind, because he's a little sad, it seems.
Yeah, that works. I'm gonna put the crew. How do we feel about the crew in the middle? Just direct middle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will also be towards the middle.
You toward the middle. So what I'll do you want to be in front of the crew or behind the crew, Aurelie?
In front.
In front. Okay. So that actually works. We have 3 of the party members in front, 3 in the back. I'm assuming Radioactive Purple Rat Baby is with Zernus?
Well, radioactive, it's the boat. Radioactive Purple Rat Baby has been with Jocelyn.
Oh, that is correct. Do you still want to be with
Emotional
Jocelyn, though?
support.
Okay, there we go. So the only person not listed here is Wick. For the sake of this, Wick is going to be in the crew near the middle. Just kind of bolstering them, making sure that any weapons they have are functional. Speaking of which, all of your weapons seem to be just fine, despite the stuff. I would say Maldet, if you would wanted to have cleaned any of your weapons while you guys were kind of resting and things, and just a little bit ago, you would have noticed as soon as you had landed that they needed it a little bit. They got pretty wet, pretty soaked, so some cleaning could be in order. If you wanted to have done that, that's fine. That goes for the rest of you as well, because there was just some time while spells were being cast. So I think that's everyone. 1, 2.
Yeah, I probably had Wick clean out the gun, make sure that it functions correctly.
Okay. So there in dice rolls is the marching order, just so we know who is where. The crew, and you're welcome to do this as well if you wish. The crew is going to tie themselves together with rope that they have, that they scavenge from the boat. Because again, keep in mind when you are in this fog, regardless of dark vision or any abilities like that you have, this is not darkness, but this is still low visibility. You can see 20 feet in any direction around you. That goes for each of you individually, not the group. So, because it depends on how you guys walk exactly, if you walk in a clump or in a line, but if you walk in a straight line, you would not be able to see the person at the end of it. So just kind of keep that in mind. The crew, regardless of how they walk, are going to tie themselves together with a rope. Do you guys do something similar, or do you go just freely?
I
I've got
would.
50 feet. I'll tie myself to the people around me.
Okay. Okay. That works. So you guys tie yourselves together. And anything else you guys want to do before you head in to the fog? And keep in mind, you can step a few feet away to cast any spells you wish. However, I will note something. Those of you with mage armor, once you got close to it, it drops. So something like that will not stay. But if there's anything like any last minute healing you might want to do, even though you guys are technically at full health, but for like the crew, any last minute healing for them, anything you want to do like that to maybe bolster something, now is the time.
Yeah. Can I cast aid targeting the entire crew?
Is that temporary hit points or hit points?
It is increase their hit point maximum.
Is it concentration?
Nope.
No. How long does that last for?
8 hours.
8 hours. So you cast it. That's fine. You cast it when they're still on the beach, and as far as you know, they will remain under the effects of this. You're not sure if it'll drop like mage armor did, but at least for right now, they are under the effect. You'll have to wait and find out.
Okay.
And so you do so, but they do at the very least look a bit more bolstered in terms of healing.
They could also be bolstered from the placebo effect.
That is true. They could just be believing in you so hard that they think that's what it is.
And by power invested in the Mayan, they are.
By the power of friendship. Yeah. So, anything else anyone wants to do?
Can I?
Right this second.
Is there? You say last minute. How last minute is last minute?
This is like
Like
between now and whenever you guys want to head into the fog.
But that is the most procrastinator thing I've ever heard you say.
You
I was
guys
going to
don't know how
say,
much time you have.
We don't have an hour, right?
You don't know. You don't know. And you would have to try doing something for an hour to find out.
We can't even see the sun. That's how dense the fog is, right?
On the beach you can.
We can see the sun.
You can see the sun because the fog is thinner on the beach.
Can I estimate or attempt to? I don't think I have any powers to help me, but I want to, like, time it is.
Sun's about center in the sky right now. You can guess it's about noon.
Lunch.
Want to have lunch?
No. I'll say if it helps, and it's like looks, sky is helpful for time. It looks like it's like 12 o'clock.
Okay.
The reason I ask about the hours because I want Gallier to cast Find Familiar.
Do you have the brazier and the other things required?
There's no brazier.
Not around you.
And there wouldn't be anything like that around here.
You can look on the wrecks of the ships because none of you have taken a look at those yet. But again, that would take time. It's fine if you wish to do that. Just keep that in mind.
Keeping that in mind, Gallier's going to opt to not to do that and just go whenever everyone's ready.
I believe we're ready to venture
I would
forward.
like to pop the frickin' plant that I brought.
Pop the plant. Which plant?
The Folsom one. Resilient type of flower thing that I just want to stick in the ground.
Oh, okay. You just plant it and just.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. You have planted a
Invasive
plant.
species. 100 years from now.
Exactly. Since you brought up the scarred lens and how it's scarred, and I literally thought plant might help. It's a resilient plant.
What is your passive perception?
Blind, but I'm wearing a helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not really going to notice it. Well, no, what is it regardless? Not including anything to do with the helmet. Just like passive.
13.
13. Okay. When you plant this in the soil, you feel the wind blow through the cracks in your armor, and there's a warmth for a moment. That's all. It's just a like comforting kind of warmth to the breeze, which is strange.
Yeah.
But
elf go burr.
There you go.
I'm just gonna pat the petals or leaves and then get up and go.
Okay. As you all begin to make your trek into the unknown as the last person, Maldet, you make your way through. We're going to go ahead and take a break. So if you need to go get drinks, use the restroom, now is best time for break. We will be right back here in 5 or 10 minutes. We'll see. It depends on how long everyone takes, but at least 5 minutes. So be right back. And maybe if I can... there we go. Ta-da! So, welcome back. We're off break, and here we are. So as you all begin to make your way into the fog, the air is incredibly still for the first few minutes of the walk, right up until it isn't. The wind begins to pick up. You start to feel yourselves almost being battered by the wind. It's like a wall almost. One moment it's fine, the next moment it's not. But there's no way to really go than forward, because you don't really know which way is which. You're walking in what you believe to be a straight line, but you're not sure. What I'm going to ask from each of you, and I'm gonna call out your name, and then you tell me what you want to do. If you need me to come back to you, I can. I want each of you to pick something that you are going to do to aid the group's travel. We're going to start with Drasan. What is something you're going to do? It could be a skill check, it could be an ability. As far as you know, magic doesn't work. It's kind of been tested, and you can kind of guess that. But what are you going to do to aid the group's travel? And again, if you need me to come back to you, I can.
To aid the group's travel here. Well, I am tied to people, so I can just try to... I'm not that affected by... Well, I am affected by wind, but, like, I'm built for this, so I'm just probably going to try to keep going and hold the rope.
Okay. Here's what I'll say then for that. Go ahead and make me a survival check. Just trying to make your way through here. Because sight, you can see about 20 feet. So sight isn't really a problem in that way. It's more so you're just trying to make sure you guys are keeping straight. So go ahead and make survival for me.
Ooh, that one is an 18.
18. Okay, with an 18, again, as far as you know, you are heading pretty straight. You are now feeling, though, fairly certain. You are near the back of the group, so it is a little harder, but kind of passing some messages up and down the chain here, you can kind of ensure that the group goes in the right direction, kind of watching what's in front of you, and you can kind of watch the group. It's almost like watching a train, right? When you're in the back, you can kind of see when it's turning in the front, and so you're kind of making sure it's not. And things seem to be going good. Just trying to find something, because you guys don't really have a necessary destination. You're kind of just going in hoping. So, yeah. Next, Kingsley, you are in front of Jersan. What are you going to do to aid the group's travel? The crew is in front of you, as well as Wick. And then behind you is Maldet and Jersan. That is all you can see, really.
I am going to keep my eyes peeled as much as I can, making sure that... Oh, what?
We're going one person at a time, so I'll get to
sorry.
Aurelie in a second. You're okay.
I thought I heard my name, that's why I started talking.
Kingsley and Aurelie sound kind of the same like E at the end, so yeah, no, I can say it. So you're good. Kingsley, though, what are you going to do? If you need me to pass and come back to you, let me know. Again, don't even look at spells, because the shit don't work. You're not, and also you're not really 100% sure what abilities will work either. You're not 100% positive, so you could try something and it could fail. You're muted, Connor. You've been muted, yeah.
I haven't.
If you have nothing, then I will come back to you, but you have to do something. Whether that be a skill check or something.
Yeah, come back to me.
Okay.
I've got no ideas right now.
Zernus.
Hello, hi.
Again, it could be skill check, ability. What would you like to do? to aid the group. You are at the very, very front with Sock. I will say, I'm going to say Sock is automatically, without you ordering anything, using scent to try to guide the group in a direction. So I'm asking not what Sock would do, but what you would do.
Do you think Sarai would have given me a basic rundown of any survival instincts? Or
you and her had spent some time together and had discussed things. She had taught you some things in terms of like spell casting. I think she probably would have done some stuff with basic foraging. I believe I did tell you she did that as well, tracking and foraging, but nothing super in depth. What do you want to do? And we can go from there. I can tell you if you'd have the knowledge to do so.
Other than just kind of guiding the group forward, I don't know what Zernas would do. Just be happy, go lucky, make sure the mood's not low, grinning, telling everyone like it'll be okay.
Okay.
You know, this situation kind of seemed abysmal.
Trying to keep morale up.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make me a... I'm going to say just a general charisma check. So just plus your charisma modifier.
16.
16? Using your general charismatic charm, your optimism, the way, the light that you radiate through this fog keeps the group, at least those that can see you, which is the majority, at least the beginning of the crew, and then those near you, you keep their spirits high. And then the crew as a whole kind of keeps each other, using you as an example. So that works. That is your thing. Areli, what would you want to do?
I am going to look around and keep eye on just about everything in our surroundings. But more importantly, I want to make sure that people are not slipping and falling or losing pace or anything like that.
Okay. With you being at in the front of the group, sort of, just behind Galliard, that is a good idea. Keep making sure you don't lose people. Go ahead and make me I'm going to say perception check, just for keeping an eye on your surroundings. I'm going to ask for it with disadvantage. But do me a favor and tell me what both rolls are. Well, I'll be able to see because you're using the dice bot. 8 and 6. Okay. So, and then what's the total on that? It would be, because it's plus 4. Okay. Okay. Because the higher of the rolls, even though this was a disadvantage technically, the higher the roll, 12. You keep an eye on the group and that 20-foot radius you can see, and it seems like everyone is fine. Everyone's keeping pace. The rope's helping tremendously to keep people together. It's hard to lose somebody if you're tied to them. Nobody seems to be tripping or falling over. They seem to generally be doing pretty well. The second number there, that disadvantage, is in the fog. Do you see any movement? Do you see anything? Do you hear anything? The only sounds you hear are the footsteps around you, the wind blowing, and your breathing. And as you walk through this fog, you don't see anything that you shouldn't necessarily. Galliard, you would be next. What would you like to do to aid the group? You are again in the marching order, second, if you're not counting Sock.
Mm-hmm. Well, originally I was thinking like, if there's any sort of like obstacles or such, things that might need to be like avoided, he might be calling out like, hey, watch out for this before people get to it, if it's anything that's major.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a... For this, I'll allow either investigation or perception. Either one.
Is that at disadvantage or anything because of the fog? Or?
Yeah, not necessarily, and here's why. Because you still have that radius in front of you can see, and that's a pretty good distance in front. 20 feet's pretty good distance. So it's enough that you would be able to see something before it gets to the group.
All right. That's an 18, 11 plus 7.
Okay.
Or
You
investigation.
gotcha. You look out in front of you, and you do see a few obstacles. You're able to call them out. That's not a problem. There's a few. It seemed mostly just branches of trees that you don't see. Even as you walk, you don't see the trees that they came from, just like sticks and things like that. You do also note about halfway through this trek. Would you guys, let me actually ask you a question, all of you, and this can be a group vote or whatever. Would you continue traveling for the entire day? Just until you have to set down for camp?
I'd imagine so, yes.
I'm hearing yes. Okay, for the most part. Got it. So just traveling through, about halfway through the day, you come across a brook. It seems to just be a very slow-moving brook with some water flowing through it, of course. You don't see anything around it. It's just water here. Some of the crew do stop and collect a little bit. Not falling too far behind, but just kind of stopping and scooping some up in some buckets and things they had, so you can purify it later over a fire just by boiling it the old-fashioned way, just so they don't run out. But then you continue your travel. All in all, anything that would have given you trouble, you notice. Maldette, you're up next. What would be your thing that you'd like to do to aid the group's travel?
I'm just keeping my eyes open and ears open for any sounds or any figures that are not of the group, just to be able to pinpoint that out and just keep an eye on it, constant checking nonstop.
Okay. Go ahead and make me that so perception check. I'm going to say this with disadvantage, though, because this would have to do with the fog, as the group, but also toward the fog. So that is what would cause that. And then do me a favor and just tell me what both numbers are, because one number will be for the group, one number for the fog.
So it's 2 rolls both at disadvantage, correct? Or 1 at disadvantage?
1 roll at disadvantage, and I want to know both totals.
Okay, 1 roll at disadvantage. So the first total is, what is that? 8 and 6, that is 14 for the first roll.
Okay.
The second roll is a 19 plus 6, so that'd be 24.
Okay. So the 24, looking around your immediate 20-foot radius area, and kind of moving around, looking around, you do not see anything that should be out of the ordinary, anything that should not be there. And then that is for the higher roll. You are 100% certain that everything is fine. Toward the fog, the lower roll of the 2 being the reason for disadvantage. Again, you do not see anything. This fog is incredibly dense. The wind almost seeming to sweep it, encroaching in the area you can see. It becomes incredibly difficult to discern what's what for a moment, but then you kind of look and again, you don't really see anything that shouldn't be there.
What about sound-wise?
Sound-wise. As far as sound-wise, all you hear is the sound of the footsteps, the wind, and the breathing. The wind is almost deafening. However, even kind of hearing past that and listening through it, you hear the chatters of the crew, bolstered by Zernus. They are, despite some of them being kind of lacking in terms of hope and things like that, they are going to do their best to help through this. And yeah, with that, Kingsley, I'm going to come back to you now. What do you want to do?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it particularly cold or anything like that?
The wind does give a bit of a chill, so I suppose you could say so, yes.
He opted not to be tied up to the rest of them for
Correct.
a purpose.
Okay.
He'll be going back and forth, sharing that thermos of hot cocoa to help warm people up.
Okay, great idea. And there are some people you can see, because a lot of these sailors were dressed for the sea, they weren't dressed for the cold. And while it isn't freezing, the sun is mostly blocked out, and this wind, it's a little chillier than some of these people were dressed for. So they happily accept and are incredibly grateful. And again, that is another boost to morale. And so all very good. And those of you that choose to take it as well, I would say it does kind of help you as well. Nothing stats wise, but in terms of just keeping you comfortable. So that's good. And then I want to ask as well, radioactive purple rat baby, is there anything you would like to do to aid the group in this travel?
I think I could probably crawl around between that kind of gross between everyone who's tied together and just make sure everyone just check on people, make sure no one is like has fallen or anything.
Okay.
Just look around.
Okay. As far as you can tell, no. I'm just going to say as you're going around, because that's a pretty obvious thing to notice. I'm not really going to have you roll for it necessarily. As you begin to make your way through, nobody seems to have fallen or anything. But you do notice one thing as you're going through, and this actually kind of segues into the cruise action. Morale is often the thing that harms a group travel the most. And so far you all have kind of kept their morale up. And at the cook, who is leading the crew, the new captain, he is going to pull out a instrument and is going to begin to lead a song. And the entire crew is going to begin, not super loud. It's not loud enough that like over the wind you can hear it and it's like, but like they're going to kind of start to hum a low, I don't have music for this, but like hum like a low dirge. And this instrument, while not super loud, it's a lyre, and it's just something that adds a little bit of music into it. You're fairly certain, based on the volume, that it's not super like gonna draw anything from far off, especially with this wind, but it's something that just kind of keeps spirits up a little bit. And so with that, the crew is going to do that, and you all travel for the rest of the day until eventually you can see some of the crews getting a little haggard. You all are starting to feel a bit tired as well. And the captain comes up to, I'll say, Aurelie, since Aurelie, you are the closest to where he would be. He kind of taps you on the shoulder. I think we should probably set up camp for the night. If you want to pass that up, and I'll have the rear told.
All right. They're wanting to rest.
And then those of you in the back are advised as well that they would like to stop for rest.
Did we ever find that smell? Or is Sock still snoofing it?
It's still sniffing. And something you will note, and Drasan, because you were kind of this entire time trying to keep the group generally pretty straight, the smell, you're starting to get the idea after an entire day of travel. This might not have a source. This might just be a scent. It seems like Sock is following something, and you're fairly certain Sock is following something. Maybe where it's emanating from or something, but it just seems to be a scent all around you. As far as you can tell, right now. But perhaps with more travel, you'll find out what Sock is following. But anytime you would have kind of like inquired to Sock, I think Sock would respond with basically, I think Sock has enough intelligence, bad smell, follow.
Alright, I see.
And so you all set up camp?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you all begin to set up for camp, and the wind does die down. It's still there, but it's not battering you as heavily. Now it's more of just a soft evening's wind. It's not as loud, not as cold. They still do set up a low fire, or they suggest doing so. Do you all have any objections to that? No?
Yeah.
No, it sounds reasonable given what might happen.
Okay. Set
I'm
up
over here playing my lute. Not my lute, my flute.
flute. Some of them join you, kind of like playing a little bit of music. And they get some food on the fire. They start boiling some of the water just to get some more able to be drank easily. And you all bed for the night. Now, my question for you is, the crew has not had a solid rest. They are all going to request that they get a rest tonight, which leads me to ask the question. They're going to need to be 2 shifts of watch. I'm going to request 2 of you each shift. So who wants to take first shift? Zernus?
I will.
Who's second? Kingsley?
I'll go with Kings.
Oh. So first shift is Zernus and Kingsley? Right? Is that...
I was gonna say with Zernus, yeah.
Okay, so you two
okay.
first shift. Who is second shift? It's gotta be
Suppose
2 people.
Galliard wants to try to pitch in. 'Cause,
Galliard? Okay.
No magic.
Right. So Galliard, you're taking second shift, you said, and then who would be second?
Yes.
Who would be with Galliard? Because one other person.
I guess I can take second shift with Galliard.
Second with Galliard. Now, all of you
This
will
is
still
not the
get...
best shift.
No. All of you will still get a long rest regardless. If somebody was to take the entire night, they would not. But because you're doing shifts, you'll be able to. Okay. Now, I did get a couple messages here. Let me read them real quick. Got that one, and... So that's the thing, Galliard. You wanted to try to cast a spell, right?
Mm-hmm. It's
Doesn't
a
work.
small little minor illusion.
Doesn't work.
Still nothing.
Nothing.
All right. Testing.
I'm not sure what you don't quite understand of no magic work on island.
No, it's hope.
It's hope,
Hoping
yes.
something works.
Hey, you're the hopeful.
Do you want to find a time to talk to
Maybe not.
Kingsley?
Me
Good.
or just everyone?
Drasan, you want
No.
to find a time to talk to Kingsley?
Yes.
There's time before bed, before watch, so you can do so whenever.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Just if there's anything anyone else wants to do before we long rest.
Nope.
All right, I'm not hearing anything.
I don't hear nothing either.
So before watch, we're Kingsley, and about something that Doyle, was it? About something he said. Am I a replacement?
No.
Well,
Drasan,
I mean,
I haven't been friends with him since we were 7, 8, 9. You're not a replacement?
so he. All right.
He's going to gently put his hands on Drasan's shoulder and kind of hold him close. Never think that.
All right.
You are nothing close to just a replacement. There was nothing there for you to replace in the first place. You are just... You're someone I love, and I don't plan to change that anytime soon.
I love you too. Yes.
I'm glad.
Bam.
Can I test something, Josh?
What do you want to test?
My special ability, because Drossin don't work, Gallic don't work. I can still draw, but I want to know if I can. I want to hear Sarai's voice again. Okay,
So
I'm gonna
you
doodle her.
doodle Soraya and try to make it come to life.
Yeah.
So you have found from the couple times this ability has been used that it can be something as simple as a touch that will bring this thing to life. And so you do just that. You doodle Soraya, you hold it in your hand and you imagine it, you think of it, you think of her voice and you hear it and you look at it, nothing.
You just see his head sink into his journal slightly. I miss you. And then he gets tackled by Sock.
Yeah. Okay.
Characters.
Okay. Anything anyone else wants to do before bed? No? Okay.
I think. Sorry, it's about time. I'll reunite with my father. Been long enough.
I just
Okay.
look down at you, cross my arms. Where have you been?
Did you not notice? I'm kind of bright.
I'm giving
I
you a
thought it would
chance here to tell me.
and spend some time with others. It was kind of boring though.
What would your mother say? But she's asleep right now. What would your mother say, huh? You're staying out so
Whoa.
late.
I don't think say anything. Ha ha.
Are you taking a tone with me?
No, of course not.
But imagine her worried, sickened state because you were out so late and we didn't know where you were. Like, but imagine.
Okay.
I care about you, you know.
Well, I appreciate that. I assure you I did not stray far.
He'll like scoop him up in his hand. You again.
Wait, sorry, did you say something?
Have you eaten?
That's a good question.
Have you?
I think he has.
Does he need to?
Not really. That's also a good question.
I would say
I haven't
yes, you
thought
would
a lot.
still retain the need to eat.
Yeah.
Not
So-
much.
Okay. So don't tell anyone. And then he'll reach into his bag and he'll pull out a piece, like his apple tart strawberry thing. hand it to you. It's my last one, okay?
I will remember this forever.
Good, because I'm gonna remember you running off forever. I'm glad you're okay.
I find a way to make up for it.
Do you need help putting that hammock up?
Yes.
And Zernas will proceed to put up this little mini hammock he got for Rat Baby so he can sleep.
Aw.
And then just lay on the ground.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's alright. I love you, little guy.
I suppose I have a large fondness for you too.
Yeah, you get used to it.
So, Zernas and Kingsley,
Ooh.
you take first watch.
Yep.
I need you either both to roll perception checks, or you can do one perception check, one of you helping the other.
Is Sock not with us?
Sock would be with you. However, Sock would not be counted in this because you were the one doing the watch.
We both suck at this, don't we?
I think every single person we picked for watch absolutely sucks at perception.
I haven't talked for it.
Here's what I will say. Sock is doing a watch as well. However, I'm not. This will be your watch. This is like your role for what you see. Sock is doing his own. I'm not going to roll for it.
So who's gonna roll this?
You want to roll just together, or?
I think we have a better chance if we were both rolling something.
Yeah, I don't mind. Whatever you say.
So we'll both roll one then?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just rolled in that one.
Okay.
I got 2 ones,
Kingsley.
which is 11.
Kingsley is distracted holding Mundungus and just petting Mundungus.
I'm got 15.
15. Okay. Kingsley, I'll start with you since yours is the easiest. You see nothing. You have Mundungus. Mundungus is looking at you. You're looking at Mundungus. He's kind of looking back. And then you notice under one of the wings, you just see this little snout starting to poke its way out. You know what that means.
I know what that means. Kingsley doesn't. He's just like holding the wing up like, what is this?
And you see the snout, and there's just a little sticking out, just a little blip.
He looks very confused.
And it's like under the wing, just out the side. And it's like maybe like half an inch sticking out. And then
he's just
as you look, Mundungus turns his head, looks back. You see the one eye get real big, even bigger than it normally is. Looks back to you, looks back to it. You don't know?
The tumor.
Kinda, yeah. Something's burning. I smell something burning. Hold on. I'm gonna
check on that.
I'm not cooking anything, but I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah.
A stroke? I hope not.
I think you make too much sense to be having a stroke.
No, that's the thing. Mundungus just like came into fruition, and that's exactly what everyone else smells now, just burning.
Okay, things are fine, I guess. I think my dad was cooking something and burnt it a bit.
Crispy.
Which he doesn't normally do. Normally he's good about these things. Anyway, so what was I saying? Okay. That's what you see. Completely distracted. Zernas, 15, right?
Yep.
Okay. Sock, by your side, you begin to go and just kind of keeping an eye out for anything, keeping an ear out for anything. Nothing. Despite how inhospitable you've been told this place is, except for the one thing that seemed to be searching for you that you don't know its intentions. The mech. You're starting to kind of not really see anything that would stop people from coming back. Maybe it's the mech, maybe it's the winds getting lost, who knows, but you don't see anything in the fog, you don't hear anything. It's almost more disconcerting than if you did see something.
I hate all of it.
And so, as you stand there on watch, the end of watch comes to an end. But Drasan, before, well, let me ask you, the two of you, do you want to have any conversation before you hop off watch? You're free to have conversation between the two of you, as you're the only two awake, if you so choose. That being Zernus and Kingsley. The others are not awake yet.
So, rival from childhood too?
What do you mean, too?
I mean, regarding the, I don't know how to say his name. Me and Claire don't know how to say his name.
Kingsley's guy? Dwevo, yeah.
You know, regarding Duvel, just thought, hey, kind of similar. I had a experience recently, or past coming back to bite you.
Guess so.
Yeah, it's stabbed me with something. I mean, honestly, he kind of deserved getting punched in the nose. He shouldn't have bullied Lucy like that. God. Sorry, just trying to make conversation.
You're fine.
You don't seem to be.
I'm not.
Want to talk about it?
I did earlier.
I was just giving a story. How do you feel now? Like, right now, this moment. What's up in your noggin?
I'm a little pissed off that you and Meldette tried and succeeded on healing that.
Did you want some more?
In a way, I feel like I deserved it. The scar would have been a reminder of what I did.
And okay. I mean, yeah, it would have been a hella cool scar, but like, don't you think you're already mentally scarred enough? I don't think you need a physical reminder to know.
Well, he was definitely right. I won't forget that anytime soon. Wait.
I don't think any of us are gonna forget that.
Wait. And he's gonna pull out that note that he hadn't read yet.
Hey, what's that?
He left this next to where he wrote that.
Oh, can I read?
Sure.
You just scoot over and like look how nosy. Yeah. Like a schoolgirl with this like love letter.
Oh my god. So Joshua, what did the note say? We cannot hear you. You muted yourself.
Just a second.
Ah.
Yes, music is concerning.
Don't worry about it. So this letter that you grab, On the front of it, it has written in decently fine penmanship. It has Grim written on the front, so you know it is meant for you. And as you said, you open it and read it, correct?
Yep.
Okay. You immediately feel something begin to pull at your mind. The words on this page swirling. You start to feel dizzy. However, lucky for you, you didn't read it on the beach. Because the effect of this area immediately nullifies whatever spell was on this page. The words, after they stop, simply read, "If you're reading this, we aren't done."
Oh. Well,
You
that's
get the
mildly
idea.
concerning.
Your head is throbbing. You get the idea that whatever this was supposed to do was going to kill you or come close. This was meant to do something to your mind. And due to the pain, you figure it was something lethal. Or something at least harmful. It could have been something mind control related, you're not sure. But it was something with your mind. However, because of when you opened it, you're okay. It's a good thing you saved it to read it in the fog.
Apparently.
Hey Kingsley, can I have that? The note.
Why exactly do you want it?
I mean, do you want to keep it?
Not in particular.
Oh yeah, then give it me.
Sorry, Cernus. I'm not doing that.
Oh, fine. You okay? Kind of look a little pale. However pale you can be.
I'm glad I didn't read this earlier. Something is very wrong with it.
So you, okay? Well, what do you want to do with it?
I'm burning it.
Yeah. Want me to use lightning?
What?
I can like lightning it.
I don't know if you could do that.
Oh, damn it! Ah! Well, I thought I was gonna be cool. Oh well. Probably
It's
best to
fine.
burn it.
We have a fire. I'll just burn it now.
Yeah.
Before I go to bed.
I was gonna eat it. I'll be honest.
I don't know. No.
Why not? I mean, you're gonna burn it. I want to send a message, and he sent a message. So if I just eat it, that's what I have to say to it.
But he's not even here to see you.
No, but like I could still eat it. There's nothing stopping me. Apart from you.
Ernest, you know, you are the smartest person I know.
You sound like my grandfather.
Your grandfather must have been a very intelligent man to say that.
I mean, he used to beat me with a cane whenever he said it, so you're not gonna do that, right? I know you have a big stick.
That's a lance. You don't beat people with it, you stab them.
I mean,
I'm not
like, if you were
stabbing
to
you.
just, like, bring it over your head and, like, slap it, you could technically beat someone with it.
You could, but it's not meant for that.
But okay, fair enough.
I'm just gonna burn it.
Fine. The next note you get that's ominous and weird and creepy, I'm gonna eat it, and you ain't stopping me.
Next note I get, I'm probably not showing you just because of that.
I will. Fine, then only you will know what it means when I eat a piece of paper, whether it comes from anyone else. Like, if Galliard's got a note, I'll eat it, as like, Mother's got a note.
Zernis, I think you should go to bed.
Says the man spinning.
I'm just sitting here. It's been a rough day. I think you should go to bed.
Well, you need to sleep too.
I'm going to. Don't worry about it.
I'm kind of worried about it. I'm not going to sleep until you sleep. Simple.
I will sleep after I burn this.
Okay. Can I come? I want you. I like fire.
And so as Zerna drops the thing on the ground, goes, ah. Do you two go over to the fire and burn the note?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kingsley's going to enjoy himself and do dumb shit and just stand in the fucking fire as he burns it.
Okay.
I want to do that too.
Kingsley, your armor begins to singe, like no, because while you are okay against fire, that is
it's
not.
Armor. It's metal. It'll
well,
be fine.
Not all of it. There's leather bits, but it's okay. Anyway, the paper burns quickly, and you, as it burns, you watch the paper begin to curl back from the heat of the fire and catch, and eventually just turn to ash. And then you two end up turning in for bed, switching out for Galliard and Jersan. But Jersan, before you awake, you have a dream. Ooh. So you fall to sleep with Kingsley going out for watch with Zernus. And in your dream, you find yourself standing in a meadow. A cool breeze, nothing super oppressive. And you see what looks like a small village in front of you through the trees. It seems to be early autumn. There's still green on the leaves, but you see some of them starting to brown. And you see a group of children. They seem to be gathering berries and nuts and various things from the forest. Some of them are human, some of them orcish, but one stands out among the rest, one that is unique among the rest of them. A satyr, like you. And this girl, you can see her, she has sort of a nice espresso skin matching the dark amber fur, sort of a rusty brown eyes as she looks in your direction, hair matching, and seems to just be wearing a straw hat, kind of like the one you have, but much smaller. Carrying a large basket, just this basket overflowing with nuts and berries and various things, seems to be doing better than the rest of the children here in terms of gathering, and runs up to an adult, looks to be human as far as you can tell, and is showing off the basket, just overflowing and getting praised for doing so well at this. And you see all of the other children begin to kind of snicker, and they look quite upset at this. You know, why aren't they getting this praise? And so you kind of blink, and as you blink, you see time has changed. It's no longer midday, it's night, and this group of children is leading this girl toward the woods, and you hear them talking about, you know, if you go in there, you can find even more. You know, there's probably no more out here, you need to go further in, and then you can, you know, make a teacher proud. And this girl says, well, I'm not supposed to. We're not supposed to go into the woods. And they eventually convince her to do otherwise. Peer pressure. And convince her to go in anyway. You blink again and you find yourself in a different location, further in the woods. You turn and you look and you can't even see the village anymore. This girl looks scared. And she kind of approaches a tree. And as she gets close to this tree, a voice on the wind calls to her. Words you can't quite make out, but she seems to understand it, and she calls back like it's a friend. And this is a thing, a sound, a feeling you would have felt once before. In your dream you had at the very beginning, when you were on the Orion. You heard the whisper through the wind in the trees, the one that called to you, the one you found out to be nature itself. This same force is calling to this girl. This same force of nature. And it promises her that, it's safe here. That the forest is safe. And as you kind of blink again, you open your eyes and you find yourself in darkness. Aside from one thing off in the distance. A tree. A tree that's lush with apples and other fruits hanging from its branches. Grass around it green and flowering. And this is no longer a girl that you see by this tree. It's a woman. Matches same description. Moss covering the legs. You recognize this as Drummond's. And she goes to turn to you and say something. Whether to you or just in your direction, she opens her mouth and a torrent of wind and rain and hail flies in your direction. Not from her, but from the sky, and you can't hear her words. She looks frustrated and she tries to say something again, and it happens again. And before you know what's happening, you're caught up in this torrent of rain and sleet and hail, your body being battered. Eventually it gets cold and it's enough you can't breathe, and you start to feel yourself panicking. Because normally you're able to withstand this sort of thing, you're able to fight against it. This is what you are. You are the bringer of storms. But you can't fight this. And in this moment of panic, that's when you wake up for your shift of watch. Bit of sweat on your brow, you wake up as Kingsley comes back to bed, shift being over, and you know that you and Galliard have watch. So, you get up and go to watch?
Yes.
Okay. And Galliard, do you as well? You get up for watch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Two of you begin to make your way out there, taking place around camp. I'm going to ask you both. Again, you can either both make perception checks, or one of you can do so with advantage, the other helping.
Are we both bad at this?
I only have a +2.
Okay, I have -1.
Oh. I think Dresson should do it, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Are we rolling 2, or are we rolling you with advantage? I guess we'll roll separately.
Roll separate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the third natural one for a total of 0.
What?
Not in a row, but this session.
No, honestly, I think narratively this makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah. And Galhiard, what'd you get?
That's a 10 total, 8 2.
Okay. Drasan, are you using the same dice? Because if so, you gotta switch.
I've been using different dice. These 3 natural ones have all been on different dice.
What? Oh my god.
I feel like there's the negative energy that's in there.
I think so. After that dream, you're a bit shaken, and so it's really hard to focus. And so as you sit there, you find yourself kind of unable to really focus on anything. Every blow of the wind kind of almost taking you back to that moment in your dream. It's hard to really focus at all. Galliard, you don't really notice anything out of the ordinary. The wind seems to have died down even more since when you first set up camp. You hear nothing, though. There's no sound of crickets. There's no sound of really anything. It's incredibly quiet, except for the slight snores from the people around you, the slight sound of the light wind, the light breeze. However, with this quiet is a sense of more calm than you've had recently. Despite the fog, despite everything, it's a bit calmer. But you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Do either of you want to have any conversation with each other?
Trust to talk together about this dream. Makes it peaceful. Have you ever had a super important? Yes, you have. I got another, not another, kind of another. I got a dream. It,
Mm.
it was odd, but I think we need to help dramas.
This is the same. This is the same Dramats that supposedly did all of this previous work. You know, partially responsible for the situation that we find ourselves in, but also at the same time, a basically just a factor.
Yes.
All right. He kind of like pinches the bridge of his nose. You said, and like trying to wake himself up. You said a dream. You had a dream. You think we need to help Dramats. Can I ask why? Well, I hope I can ask why since you're the one that brought this up.
She appeared to me, I think. In the dream, she appeared to me. She couldn't say anything, but I think she wants help.
I mean, I thought everyone else here, including my best friend, was about to die or some terrible fate was about to befall, and well, we're all still here. I don't know.
Yes.
Dreams are weird. Dreams are tricky. They're not always portents of doom. They're not always portents of some sort of great thing. I don't know. I suppose you may have a point.
Well, isn't aren't don't the gods want us to help her with
Well, they.
against the that hmm.
I mean, if I'm being honest, if you're connecting it to that, trying to see like lowest common denominator, it seems just like more extra information. I mean, maybe if you have
I,
some sort of greater connection to her, to Dramats.
I hmm, I was born on her solstice, if that would do something like that.
Her solstice. I mean, I suppose from what I understand, uh,
That's that's not the right word. Her eclipse. That's the word I meant.
oh, yes, eclipse. At least from what I understand, I do believe that sometimes being born under certain signs, uh, even if it's just theory, speculation, or you know, how shall we say, just uh, imaginary. There might be connections there. I don't know, but Dramats appeared to you, or at least who you believe to be Dramats, in a dream.
Yes. She showed me some of her life, and she tried to talk to me, but I couldn't hear her.
She didn't show you how to help or anything?
I think if she... No.
This is why I don't like gods. They want you to do something, and then they're like, hey, do this. And then they don't exactly give you clarity on the situation. There's no clear-cut facts. There's not really, point A to point B to point C.
She was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't hear her.
She was, like, speaking. You couldn't hear her.
Yes,
Like, just,
the wind.
oh, this is one of those fun dreams.
Yeah, it was one of those fun dreams.
Yeah. I suppose that you know what to do with it then.
Not
Sorry,
really, that's why I'm talking to you about it.
Well, I don't exactly have the best track record with, acting on information presented in dreams.
Well,
So I don't exactly
it's
see why
something,
you'd want to come to me in the first place.
it's something else to think about.
Oh, yes, something else to think about, not counting the fact that we're here, the fact that you and I aren't able to, do the main thing that we can do, not counting that we have roughly 50 additional people that we have to take care of here, not counting the idea that, Kingsley could be harmed greater if this weird person with some sort of blood magic finds him, not counting, wanting to get back. It's just, yes, another thing to think about. Thank you, Dawson.
Well, you like thinking about things, don't you?
I like thinking about things when I know exactly how to problem solve it and how to fix the situation. But, dreams are fickle.
Well, I won't tell you any more dreams relating to this, then.
You can if you want to. I just don't see why. Like, there's. I feel
Well,
like
you're smart. I thought you could help me figure it out.
I see. Well, I'm not that. I mean, if you want to sit down and have a talk about, theories on planar manipulation and possible, sequences to, evocatory practices, I'd be more than willing to talk with you about that. But I don't feel like I can really help you right now.
Well, I can
I don't,
listen, but I can't. I probably won't understand any of it.
I don't see the point of talking then. I mean, no offense. I just like it feels like I don't know. I don't want to waste your time. Basically,
Well, I
I don't
have
want
to be
to waste
out here
your time.
anyways.
I mean, yes, but like, if I'm going to say something that's not going to make sense, I don't really see the point in speaking about it. At the
All
same
right.
time, I also really can't help you right now with dreams because, the one time I had something big like you did, which it could be big, or it could just be a dream. The time I thought I needed to do something, you saw what happened. I hurt everyone here. I pushed away close people, but yeah. Just be careful you properly think through, I suppose,
Well,
if you want to think about it. Just take time before you act. Don't jump into it. Try to make sure you have as many variables understood, as clear as you can make the equation. And then from there, just, well, solve it.
All right.
Love that. And the rest of your guys' watch goes entirely uneventfully. No people jump out of the fog and try to get you. You don't see any lights coming through the fog. Your watch goes completely uneventful. And eventually, you all having risen, getting your rest. Do you wish to just continue traveling until you find something? Or do you have a specific plan of action starting this morning?
As far as I know, we just kind of blindly marched into the fog.
You did before, but what now
I want to
after a
follow.
day of travel?
What can we do? We can't see, can't hear.
We
It's
haven't been able to find a
horribly
path or
quiet.
anything like that, have we?
We found a brook.
You found a brook,
A brook.
but you did not choose to stop. None of
We
you
moved
specified
past
you
it.
wanted to. You kept moving. You could backtrack and try to find that, or you could move forward and see if you find something further in.
I think we could move forward and follow Sock. That seems like. Yeah.
I got some head
We
nods
wanna-
for that.
Well,
Sounds good
you
to
all
me.
want to find out what's snoofing. My boy, it's been eating iron all day.
Okay. I haven't heard anyone thus far say anything in the opposition. Does anyone have anything they want to say in the opposition to that? Any opposing votes or other ideas?
I
Before-
disagree for the sake of disagreeing.
Then I
Or
guess
rather,
we
you're
can't do
swole.
anything.
I could pick you up.
I disagree with your disagreeing.
Disagree with it. Oh, okay, you've been canceled out. There you go.
Ooh.
So then I will say, for the sake of this, you begin to follow Sock. Everyone packs up and begins moving after having a bit of breakfast. I will say within an hour, you do find a path. You stumble, you walk right onto it. And it's not just like how's the best way to put this? It almost seems like cobblestone, broken stone that has grass and things grown through it, and it's wide. It's incredibly wide. From one side to the other, I mean, I don't know. Well, I can't look it up because my phone is updating. Lovely. It's very, very wide. And it all is this same sort of texture of a broken stone with nature having grown through it. And you kind of walk to the edges of your vision. Some of the crew kind of spread out and look. It seems to extend in both directions, incredibly far. So I will ask, do you want to go to the left, which from your best estimate, looking at the map, is north? If you've been heading the right direction this whole time and haven't turned yourself around, that is north. And south would be to your left. Do you want to go north or south? South would be toward the mountains. North would be toward these possible locations. However, again, keep in mind that you don't know if you've gotten turned around. Drasan, you're fairly certain you haven't gotten turned around based on your roll earlier. You're fairly certain you've been heading west consistently, like northwest. But anything could have happened in this. So which direction do you wish to go? What you believe to be north or what you believe to be south?
I think what we believe to be north, probably.
Hey, question.
Yes.
The compass I was given,
Uh-huh.
like, early on, does it work here?
It seems to be. It is a magical infused item, which, as far as you know, do work. And you look at the compass, and it seems to be spinning wildly. However, that is what it has been doing thus far. And you know that you have to give it an item, direction, person, something that you're looking for, and it'll point in its vague direction. Maybe.
Where are we trying to head to?
City, closest one, I guess.
Closest.
The
In his
alleged city.
library.
Yeah.
It's an option.
It's somewhere where we can be safe.
Do we want to take the crew with us? That's the thing, to the library.
Civilization.
I mean,
And
like,
look at
I
the
was
compass
kind of.
thing.
Bunga, 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 water, water, leaves the Congo.
I don't know.
The compass has a chance to point you in the direct opposite direction. I roll a percentile, and from there we decide, or I find out which direction it is. So that can still help you, however. What do you want to ask it, if anything?
What do I ask? We've traveled for approximately how long?
You traveled for a day, so you've covered on the map one square, about 21 miles, heading around northwest-ish, because you wanted to head away from the mountains, so roughly northwest. So about a day, and at this point, by the time you hit the road again, it's only been like an hour since the morning, so it hasn't been that long.
I will try and see if it can guide us, continue guiding us that northwest direction. If with direction it can, great. If not, then I'll have to find something that it could guide us towards.
Okay, so you're not giving it a specific like location or something like that, or even something as vague as like the nearest city. You're just saying northwest.
Yes.
Okay. Give me a sec. 50-50 chance. All right. Give me a sec. I'm gonna ask you, Maldet. Low or high?
It.
I've already rolled.
Percentile die. You know, I'm gonna roll my own percentile die, and that'll help me decide as well.
Okay, because what I'm rolling is just the first die I grabbed, which is a
Double
D60.
blind study.
Yeah, basically I'm rolling a D60, so essentially, rather than a percentile. So what this is, because it's a 50-50 chance, if it's 1 to 30, it is low. If it is 31 to 60, it is high.
It does not, no.
Hi.
Hi. I will tell you that was a 12 on the dice. However, Baldet doesn't know that.
No.
So this compass, you say to point in the north west direction. It points back the way you came. So as far as Maldet knows, Maldet does not know if the back the way you came is northwest and you've been heading the wrong direction this whole time. However, I think he's smart enough, reasonably, because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna
follow it.
No, I'm just gonna not. I'm just gonna yell, "Never mind!" And
Well, if it points you in
Let's
the
go.
exact opposite direction, doesn't that mean it points? You know, like if you look at where it's pointing, and then you look at the back, it doesn't mean it's pointing that way.
It'd be pointing northwest, yeah.
Yes, which is where we've been going, which is good. You should probably follow this path north, though. It seems to be the only thing we've seen.
do we want to go straight north? Is the path an open path? Or what are we looking at?
The path is a wide open path as far as you can see within your 20-foot radius vision.
Yes.
It is incredibly wide, and it's not heading directly straight north. It's heading like kind of northwestish, but you can kind of see it does curve. There is a slight curve to it. It seems to be kind of a winding path, but generally, overall, is heading north.
Is it well worn? You said it was like
cracked.
nature's been taking it.
Yeah,
like,
incredibly cracked. It looks like at one point it may have been a solid or mostly solid sheet of stone. But at this point it is incredibly... Also, the stone is dark. That is a note. It is a dark stone. It is not like a light, like natural stone. This is a dark, sort of dark gray, blackish stone. I think your son's realizing something.
Yeah, I certainly am.
Yeah.
I am not. I
And
want
it's
to pick it up.
I mean, you can pick up a
Pick up a
chunk.
stone.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I would. Rock.
You have small piece of some kind of rock.
Yes, I will. Don't. I will definitely not pelt this at someone if I feel threatened.
Okay.
So I'm mainly looking. It's a path. It was once a path. Nature's taking it. I'm mainly concerned. We saw those mech things.
Yeah.
It's a wide path. You know, usually you kind of avoid those if you're trying to avoid any sort of civilization here.
Well, if
Or
we
you can just
find
walk to the edge
nice,
of it.
if we find nice people, we could. They could stay there for a little bit until we can send people back for them.
I mean, yeah, you have a point, but also weren't you the ones to suggest like we should see everything as a, you know, enemy, unsafe, trust ourselves and only ourselves?
Fair enough.
Go, like if you want to go find a random stranger.
I just feel like this is a direction. We don't have a direction.
Well, it doesn't look like it's being used, so could follow it.
Good. Do you want to?
I'm not opposed to it. Sock, what do you think? He's still got this snoofing smell.
Sock is kind of like sniffing the air. Seems to kind of want to head in the general direction of the road. Again, kind of northwest-ish, but again, the road kind of does head in that direction. I call it road, path, whatever. You get the idea.
It's a road for the mechs. It's a path for us.
Basically.
Oh. No.
I mean,
let's
it's a
just
path.
walk on the side of it.
If you want to walk off to the side on the kind of okay, but do you sort of follow the general direction it's headed?
Yeah.
Okay. You do kind of notice that it does, as you move forward again, it does kind of wind and it does start to kind of curve in a little bit, and you start to head down it. This path is again mostly reclaimed. The grasses around it very tall. Seems almost healthier than some of the stuff more toward the coast. Um, sorry, saw a message, made me chuckle. But as you begin to walk and you go for, I'm gonna say, a couple hours. It gets to about midday, maybe around early afternoon. It's hard to gauge because again, you can't see the sun right now, but you can kind of gauge based on the reflected or diffracted light above you. And as you begin to make your way forward, you pass through the end of the fog. It's abrupt before any of you notice. Zernus, you were the first one to notice. As this happens, the fog ends. I'll tell you what you see. Do you immediately, like, reflexively group stop? Or do you let them
just
keep
like
going?
arm usually.
Okay, so then Zernus, you are going to be the first person to notice this. Well, you notice for like a few seconds, and then as you're taking in the scene in front of you, the fog does thin enough that the rest of you can see this. In front of you is a large gate. The path you've been on you can now see clearly and stretches incredibly far in front of you. You do not see the end before eventually it does turn right. And there's a tree line all around. And you notice something you haven't noticed before. There are trees all along the side of this. And what you see in front of you is a large gate, which give me a second, please.
Oh yeah, by the way,
good. Yes.
During the long rest, I swapped my amulet for my cloak of protection.
Okay. Good. So, what you see in front of you is a large archway. The pillars on either side of this path they look striped, darker and lighter stone, lighter stone, almost seem like large bricks put on next to each other. A large faded blue archway over the top, and what look like white letters. They're spaced apart pretty wide. 3 letters, space, 3 letters, And then you see some letters scattered on the ground, but you can't really get how they would fit. Alt-Ni. A-L-T-N-E-Y. And as you see this, you see along the sides of the path, there are many small shacks. They look like shantytown sort of shacks, very like cobbled together from scraps of wood and things. And you see people milling about. They look mostly like farmers, and they have like small gardens and plots next to these houses. Nobody really seems to notice you. You don't see any of those large mechs. You don't see anyone that looks like a guard or anything. These people just look like people. And all of you can see this as the fog has kind of receded a bit, and there is no fog here. And in fact, the sun is shining brightly upon it.
I want to insight all of this. I don't trust it.
Okay. Go ahead and insight. Yeah.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20. With an unnatural 20. Sorry, I was trying to see if I could see something. Not really. With an unnatural 20. I mean, kind of as I described, nothing really catches your mind as being off. The people look happy generally. Some of them look very tired already, and it's already, a little bit midday, but you get the idea. Some of these people have been up since early morning tending to the little farm they got. You see some animals milling about, some of which you don't recognize. And you see people riding atop large, they almost look like large iguanas, but not exactly. Large, like, reptile creatures riding them sort
That's
of
a
like...
heckin' dinosaur.
They are on four legs. They're not... You don't see a horse anywhere, and you get the idea that maybe these are what people use for horses here, but that's just because you haven't seen anything else. And these are large, like, beasts of burden. They have sacks of grain and things hung from them. Yeah, that's really all you can really get there.
They don't notice us.
Maybe they do, but nobody's really done anything, paid any mind. Nobody's, like, rushing up to you or even turning to you. You might have seen... I'll say you probably saw, like, one person look in your direction. They're, like, picking a carrot or something, and then they just kind of, like, go back to what they're doing.
If we're not being bothered, who wants to play Scrabble? What the hell is this kingdom's name?
I'm trying to play crossword with it.
Do you want to know what letters are on the ground?
Wordle.
Sure,
So
yeah.
on the sign above, already on there is ALT space, and it's a large space. It's not just like one letter space. Large space, NEY. And then there's a space after it as well. There's a sign hung under it that has no letters whatsoever. However, you get the idea, not enough letters on the ground to really make whatever could be on the bottom. It looks like there were many spaces, and there's only a few letters on the ground. And they're kind of on the side where you guys were walking.
And is the A lowercase or lowercase?
It is lowercase. All of these letters on the sign are lowercase.
Got it.
There's a W. Looks like an uppercase W.
I get it.
Yep.
I know where this is. Okay.
And there is an
Really?
I, a lowercase I. That is the only letters that are currently on the ground. Yeah, you get it.
I get it.
Good. I'm glad someone gets it.
Wait.
We're dumb, sorry.
Listen. If you
Wait.
guys actually venture in, you'll get it very quickly. You will immediately realize what this is if you head in.
No.
You could say that this place is the happiest place on earth.
Maybe.
You seem to worship some interesting gods.
Although, hey,
Wow.
it's copyright neutral parody version. That's why it's not the
my
full
God.
name.
Okay, wait, I think I understand. Okay.
Yep. Listen, copyright neutral, parody version. None of it's going to be the exact thing because otherwise, listen, they might not come after me now, but they'll black bag me later.
And Josh was never seen again.
Literally, if I go dark, you know what happened.
We'll find you, buddy. We'll find you.
We'll form an
Well,
actual adventure group in real life and go find Josh.
Oh my
Yes.
god, that would be the greatest.
I called it that with you.
that's like a movie.
It
Yeah.
It's
really
like a
is,
movie
though.
plot.
We're all like people playing D&D together, and then I go missing, and you just like form together to go find me.
We play our respective roles.
Listen,
It's a
it's okay.
comedy action movie.
Yeah. It's a comedy action movie, and anytime you guys are like needing to decide on anything, you can't. That's like
We don't,
you're just sitting
ever.
there. It's like
At all.
Speaking of, I think we should start exploring.
Yeah, let's go. If they're not paying mind to us, we will not pay mind to them.
Now that I see that people are now that I can see, I can untie myself from the folks around me.
Yes, we
And-
take the rope.
the crew follows suit, kind of untying each other, and they look so bewildered. I don't think that like they were expecting nothing. They were expecting a wasteland of war-torn craters everywhere, but instead you're seeing almost this as you noticing this as you walk in. You see this community, this and it gets larger and more dense as you head in. More of these shanty houses, and despite the houses not being super fancy, just kind of cobbled together, the people look really happy. And it seems, from what you can gather, just kind of walking past a lot of these little farms, it's based on barter. You see a lot of people trading fruits and vegetables for pelts and things like that. Yes, Cernus.
Do they speak? What language do they speak, if at all, we recognize?
They are speaking. None of you, regardless of what languages you know, can understand what they are saying.
Bro, they're speaking Spanish.
Something I would like to note as well. Something I'd like to note as well. Yeah. Common, as a language, is the common language of the world. Common is not English. It is the common language of the world, the amalgamation of everything that's come together to create it. Just a note for like when you're kind of going around. So you would know, and Galliard, we kind of talked about this earlier. There is a dialect that you would notice here, despite the fact you don't know the language. You notice the accent. It is the accent of the Iodian language, or the Iodian
So,
people.
like, there is someone who could possibly recognize this language.
And who?
Who's lived from the 1350s.
Hey, yo, radioactive purple rat baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what they're saying. Actually, here's what I'm gonna say. It has been a long time, and I mean a long time. You can kind of understand it. It's not like a perfect fluent thing you can understand, but like you can pick up certain words. Because keep in mind, again, it's been like, you don't remember how long it's been, but it's been like at least 10,000 years. At least.
And he was more suited to ye olde English anyway.
True. So like you can pick
There's
up
no
some
these and
words.
those.
Yeah.
There's none.
A lot of
understands what the word Riz means.
Oh no. A lot of the stuff you can kind of hear and that you can pick up from what little bit you know or remember is essentially like some of the swear words, like that's bullshit. Because like there's a guy trying to barter and he's like trying to sell like a really small, like poorly taken care of rabbit pelt for like an entire sack of grain, and a guy's just like, come on, that's bullshit. So you can get like the idea and that, but most of the words, and for the rest of you, all of the words, you don't know what it means. And so you start to make your way through. Again, nobody pays you any mind whatsoever. And you see a flag post. And you see it is a rectangular flag, red and white stripes, with a blue square in the upper left corner. You don't recognize the flag. But you start to make your way in, and you almost immediately you reach the end of this long road, the end of this town. You turn and look to your right, and you see spires raising into the sky, a blue and white castle. And you see and almost the strangest thing in the world. Two things that you see. One, which you see a statue in the center. It is of a human holding hands with a mouse-like creature. Yes. Yes. Wearing a hat, because that's the one that's out of copy right now. Wearing a hat and no gloves. That's also important. And you also see what would you call it? You see people walking around. A race of people you've never seen before. None of you have. They stand about the height of a dwarf. So around 4 feet. Highest maybe 5. They resemble rat-like creatures.
Oh my god.
And in their faces, they have carved large smiles across their faces to resemble the one in the statue.
Yep.
Ooh.
Bill looks at Rat, holds him. What the fuck is this?
You don't know.
I don't know.
And it's about that time, kind of off to the side, a man's going to begin to approach you. And at first, because he's approaching in kind of a group of maybe about 5 people. One of them has a large box he's holding on his shoulder, and you can't quite make out like what it is. It's not really anything you've seen, but it has a lens on the front. And this guy that you see only his torso and his head. He's wearing a purple suit with a blue, kind of yellow, flowery looking vest. And as this crowd parts, you see his entire lower half is a mess of legs. At first they look organic, but they're mechanical. They're mechanical in nature. And you can start to hear on the stonework the sort of ting, 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 ting of these legs hitting the stonework.
Oh, I know that
just
guy.
just step back. He just hands near my waist where a sword should be.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to approach with a microphone. And he's going to step in front of the crowd. He kind of starts pointing in a couple locations for people to stand that have been following him. He's like, all right. And then he's going to tap something on his wrist and just kind of hold it up to you. Hold his wrist up to you. And just kind of you see him trying to form words, and he says something you can't understand, but Purple Rat Baby, you do understand it, at least one of the words. Speak. It's the only word you get as he holds this out is speak.
Are any of you able to understand anything that is being said here?
No, and I can only hear you, remember?
I know. I was. Yeah.
I forgot
Well,
that.
Okay.
What did
I
you want?
can
What did you want?
a little bit, which, whew, that I don't like that, but I think this person wants us to speak or wants to speak to us. Good luck.
Just the self, Gusta.
Hold on, let me see if I can read this body language right.
Is there like a universal peace sign?
Universal peace sign? I mean, in your, like, where you're from,
No, I don't get it.
kinda. I mean, like a universal peace sign, like, I guess, peace, No, I think a universal peace sign would just be like fist across the chest, right fist across the chest, generally like a sign of peace.
He's doing
But
that.
speak to this man, considering Rat just told me, like, hey, I think he wants you to speak. I'm gonna approach and, like, what language? I want to say with the law, Elvish, but also common, world.
What language do you
I'll
want to
say,
speak?
I'll say both. Hello in common and hello in Elvish.
You say hello in common, and you see him immediately start fiddling with the thing, and he starts to say words into it. He doesn't really seem to care about the Elvish. Like, he kind of looks at you for a minute, then goes back to what he was doing. But he goes back fiddling with it, and he starts saying something into it, and slowly it starts to enunciate the sounds of hello. 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 Is this working? Can you understand me now?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. And he's going to then take out something from the center of this watch, basically, and insert it into a slot under his jaw.
I hate all of this.
Perfect. Now we can converse like civilized individuals.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, I'm just fantastic. And our viewers are thrilled. We've been watching you since the coast. Say hello.
Hello?
What?
Hi.
Now, got to say, you made it further than most people, so we are incredibly impressed. And who is this little one, pointing to Sock?
His name is Sock, and I'm
Sock.
gonna
Oh,
pick him
that's
up. and-
adorable. I love it. Don't you love it? Oh, amazing. I can't believe we've met outsiders yet again. It's been so long. Well, I suppose, welcome to Altney, our fine town, city, village, kingdom, whatever you want to call it. These are my men. Don't be alarmed. They're not going to harm you. They're just, what would you call them?
Terrifying.
Terrifying. No.
Don't be mean, Gilliard.
Look at them!
Deterrent?
You're trying not to die here.
Deterrent, yes. And you watch,
They've been
like,
watching us.
some of the men have these strange boxes, like 2 of them, but a few of them are wearing armor. Again, a style you're not super familiar with, but armor you can tell nonetheless, and have that flag on, like, the shoulder. They seem to just be holding. You don't see any like firearms. You just see like standard clubs and things like that. They almost looks like a black club, and he kind of turns to you. But yes, so I suppose again, welcome to Altney. We're happy to accommodate you. Where do you come from? I have to know.
Oh.
Names first, sir.
Of course. You first, please. You are our guests. I would like to know your names first.
Fuck.
And that is DM trying to find the note which has his name on it, because I wrote it down. I don't remember where I put it.
Kingsley will step forward. Kingsley Grimm.
What
exactly did you mean by viewers?
Viewers, they're watching, and he points to the thing. Oh, that's right, your backwater civilization. All right, so we have these little boxes, and there's not people in there. I promise there's not people in there. They're not watching you, but what do you call it? And he starts basically explaining how like the television signal goes from the thing to the tower, and he points to the biggest spire of the castle. There's a thing up there, and it bounces, and there you go. And then people everywhere in the place can see it on their TVs. Sorry, you don't know what those are. They're little boxes that project what they're seeing from here. Do you have cameras? You probably, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, so there's these things. He like just goes on and explains it.
So it's like a moving painting.
A
in
moving
real
painting.
Time.
I love that description. Yes, indeed. Adorable. Anyway, so
I
You
am
need to tell Miguel it's more
Drawson.
advanced.
We never.
what? Yeah, two people are talking. What?
You first.
Melda.
Oh, okay, me first. I'm Drawson. You didn't wait for the rest of us to explain our names.
Oh, sorry. Just thought I should. Someone asked a question, so I wanted to make sure to answer. Okay. What about you? Pointing towards Zernus. Did you say your name? I don't remember your name.
I just look like a knight, right?
You essentially, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm staying in my helmet, in my armor, and just Zernus Acer at your service.
Zernus Acer run. Well, hopefully you're not running too far. And you pointing toward Aurelie.
I want to leave.
I won't say my name.
You say your name.
Aurelie will just kind of look at them. I
You.
Why do you want my name?
Well, because I want our viewers to form a connection. I want it to feel real. I want it to be raw. I want it to... Well, how could they grow to love you if they don't even know who you are?
Give me a name. It's more personal.
Fine, if you insist. He's going to do a deep bow. The legs, the many mechanical legs bending, and you hear them creak ever so slightly as he bows, his face almost touching the ground before coming back up. You can call me Richard Hardy. Or Dick for short.
We'll go with Richard.
Your name is Dick.
Oh, Dick sounds like a nice name.
Dick Hardy, yes.
We already know a Dick.
No, that's a Dick men. There's a difference.
There are more Dick men.
Just the one, I think. But who knows, really?
We've encountered many Dicks.
You have.
I bet you have. Anyway, who have we not asked? Well, you, my effeminate fellow, what do you have to say? Points toward Galliard.
Wait, what is my name? Oh, yes. Hello.
Did you forget your name?
Galliard? Yes, it happens far more frequently than you'd actually think. Yes, my name is Galliard.
Galliard, okay. Any last name or just Galliard?
Oh, Trelai.
Trelai. Oh, lovely name. All right, and then what about you, pointing toward Maldet? Any name we should call you?
I don't know.
I'm going to attempt to use Gust to make Maldet's cape do a little capey thing. After all, we are in the...
Sadly, and I know it would be epic, but the magic still does not work. You attempt to do so, and he does notice you attempting to do so and goes, "Oh, there's none of that here."
That sucks.
Call me Mal.
But Mal, all right. And I just realized, I got so distracted with the other dickman, I never came back to you, pointing toward Aurelie. See, you got me all turned around. I gave you my name. It would only be polite.
It almost worked. You shouldn't have remembered.
I try not to forget.
Fullsmith. Mr. Fullsmith.
Mr. Fullsmith. Love it. All right. So, now that we have your names, you have mine, we're all friends here now. Or at least that's what we have to determine, because you see, that's one little itty-bitty problem, is you're outsiders. And despite the fact that I have your names and we're all friends now, we don't know what your intentions are. So we're going to ask if you could please come with us, just until we can determine your intentions. All right.
So, what are your intentions?
Just us, or I gesture to the whole squad?
Probably the whole shebang, because they're also outsiders. I'm assuming they look like outsiders. Yes, they look very confused.
Yes, they came with us.
I'm going that way and walks towards the fog.
Few of the guards are going to kind of swarm around. I don't think you are, sir. I'm asking very politely. I'm going to request you don't try to resist, please.
Yay, another controllative society.
Not necessarily. You're just outsiders, and we don't really know what your intentions are. People come in here all the time trying to steal from us, kill us, and do other things, so we're just trying to be cautious.
The racism.
You want our intentions?
Can we
Here are our
expedite
intentions. We're shipwrecked. This is the remaining crew from that said ship. They need shelter and food. If you could so kindly assist us, we would be out of your hair within the day.
All right, then if you come with us, we can start doing that.
Where exactly would you want us to go? I'm going to assume the giant castle, but...
We have rooms for this sort of thing, yes. Just some spare rooms in the castle that we would request you stay in at least for a day at least, just so we can do some get some background information, ask you a few questions, and then we would be happy to give you food, water, shelter in the castle. The rooms are very comfortable, I promise you, and you would then be open to explore our fine city if you are proven to be worthy of it and good. And if you're not, then we'll have more entertainment.
I'm going to look at Maldette and Galliard specifically. Smile. Well, you can't see it. And I'm just going to say, it's been a pleasure knowing you two. And I'm going to go walk up to this man.
You walk up to him, okay? Do you do anything, or do you just walk up to him?
No, I'm just walking up to him. I can assure you we mean the best of our intentions. Whatever the rest of them say, I cannot vouch for because they don't know how to be nice.
As you walk up to him, and as you get in his face and say this, as you were walking forward, his smile just got wider and wider. And he hasn't dropped the smile this entire time. And he just kind of looks up to you, because you are taller than him, even with his legs. And he kind of extends them a bit to get more to your height. I wish I could believe you, and I do, personally. Again, we're friends. However, I'm not the one in charge around here. I'm simply... what would you call it? The reporter, I suppose? Is that a thing you have? Probably. So...
we got news.
You have news, great. So... I cannot make those decisions. I can simply report the news. I'm not here to interview you, so everything you say to me is technically, while on the record, not really mattering. You're kind of just spitting words at someone who can't do anything. So, if you come with me, I will have my guards escort you to someone who can do something, and then they will assist you.
Kingsley willingly will go with. I will be right back. I have to
Okay, cool.
Yes, I'll also willingly go with.
We will be ending soon anyway.
The people are telling me to go with. These people are strong and telling me to go with them, so I'm gonna go with them.
Yeah.
I hate America with a passion. I hate your country with a passion.
Complaining the entire time about wanting to hurry this. I'm loving this.
Let us all just go. We're
You're all
going. We
going.
have no
Okay.
choice.
Okay. So you begin to make your way through the streets, and you see around you these tall, most of them 2-story buildings. You see some of these like cobbled together houses spattered throughout, and some of them are built off of each other. You see bridges across the street, and you see people in the street. Some of them, because here's a thing to note. You see very few humans. Very few. And the ones you do see are dressed in the finest clothes you've ever seen. Even compared to those in Kingsport, they're the finest clothes. And every time, Galliard, you especially would notice this, every time you pass by one of these rat folk, they look to you with awe. You're starting to get the idea humans are a rare commodity.
Great. This is going to go to his head, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you are led toward the castle, led almost down and through a tunnel system, and then up.
I wonder where we're
staircase. And you are led to, but you then go up a staircase, up and further into the castle, to, like they said, very nice rooms. These almost looks like king's quarters, which you're in a castle, so I guess, yeah, there you go. But every room you're given, and you're given as many as you require. Each of you, they say they'd prefer you in your own room just so they could come to you individually. However, they're not going to like force you. So if you do want to double up or stay in the room together, they're fine. They're not really forcing you into any of these rooms. They're just kind of like, here's your room, here's your key. Bathroom's over there, shower's right there. You know how to use a shower, right? This isn't Dick Hardy. This is one of the guards. You just kind of like, you know how to use. Okay, cool. Don't try to run, because like you'll be free to go after you just comply, all right? And he kind of just walks away. I don't get paid enough for this, and just kind of walks away. There are guards. You can like shower. That's fair. There are guards posted at the end of each hall. There's at least a few, so they're just kind of there for reasons. But I think that's where we're going to end the session. You have arrived in Altney, the least magical place in Iadithis.
Real question.
Yes.
The non-magic kingdom.
Maldet, what was that?
The fucking quote that I got that writes in a cipher. Is it a new cipher every time, or is it like letter? Like I can make an alphabet out of it and stuff.
I would say you could probably make like an alphabet, make your own. It wouldn't necessarily need to be its own, like a different one every time.
I think I would be doing that.
Wait,
just so I can learn it myself and then teach it to the others. So if we're ever in a situation like we are right now, we can talk to each other via writing and nobody else would understand it.
That's a great idea.
Wait, do you have the linguist speed? Wait, you said ciphers.
That was like a thing you got, right? I forget exactly what it is, but it's a thing you have, yeah.
What rooms is everyone staying in?
You guys can
just so you can see it.
Yeah, you guys do that. You guys can discuss all of this later. I'm going to end this real quick. So thank you all for stopping by the Quiet Kanku. We are here. This was a session they've arrived in again. This place, the non-magical kingdom. We'll see what happens next time. Again, this will be posted on Spotify, YouTube, and then the VOD will be up here at least for a little while till Twitch clears it, because it does that. Join the Discord if you want to see things. It posts when we go live, as well as a few other things. It'll be every Saturday 6 to 10, unless I say something different. That's all.